Don't subscribe, you shit. Wait, it's unmute Andrew. Oh, what's up, Lucy? Oh, I've got another phone call. Gosh. Oh, my phone's gonna start doing the da 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 da. Let me put it over there.
Yeah.
How cute is it? Hi, Sultan. Do you guys like the? Oh, did you see the thumbnail, Andrew?
Oh, I did. Yes. Very
It's just
sophisticated.
it's just an AI image.
Mhm.
Um,
Mhm.
yeah, I just was like, there were a couple that I was gonna show, but that one was the best one, and it cut off. It didn't finish the characters. It just cut them off. But whatever.
Mhm.
I thought it was very cute, and I did say like red fox, black cat, and that's what it did. But yes, we're very sophisticated. um, nice setup, by the way. Yeah, Galente, look at me. I got a whole
Yeah, the
background.
privacy screen. Yeah.
It's up. Although on Rosales' stream, Gordon showed off
Mhm.
his
I saw that leg. It was.
beautiful leg. I saw that. I went
Yeah.
back and watched it, and I was like, "Hello, Mysterious. How you doing? Welcome, guys. Okay, so currently Andrew is on his phone. We are waiting to Oh, we are waiting for his computer to wake up. It's had a day. Also, I have discovered AI, but only like the really like low tier stuff. I haven't played with like stable diffusion, etc. It's a fart shield. No, you'll still hear the farts. It'll echo maybe. Um, but yeah,
Need
cool.
to get some Monster
So
Hunter posters and put on it.
yeah, I should. So, and then like they are there's like little slots basically, little blocks. So if I get them the right size, it'll work. Kink Drew. Well, we this is a let's see. Okay, let's discuss. Do you want to say a little bit about what we're doing here today? Catru. Or is
Yeah.
not Catru?
Not Catcher yet. I will be Catcher as soon as my computer wakes up, which is hopefully happening now. Black screens went up. Anyway, so um, what I envision us doing is going over the previous stream on Kink and what talking about our oh yeah, clarifying our positions and just building some knowledge and gaining some education. I'm not expecting anyone's mind to be changed. I'm not expecting anyone's worldview to change. Not looking to convert anyone.
But yes, I've actually got that here. I didn't. Oops, you don't know. No, add to the stream. Come back. Okay. And then look how dynamic StreamYard is. You can be with me while I do the diagram.
Excellent.
What's the name? So yeah, we talking about why this is like the intro bit. We're doing the rethink on the kink. And why the revisit? We're discussing that now. But I'll put here. Let's do a learn instead of a think because we're thinking about it, so it's like that's asking ourselves the question, asking where we stand with things, and Andrew was very much alone in a huge crowd of people that were just having vanilla ways of seeing things. So he didn't really get to I feel that he didn't get to explain as much as he wanted to and in the amount to the extent that he wanted to. So we'll probably come across that how that happened. We can probably follow. Like I just have only watched a few minutes of the thing, and there were okay. Yes, there was interruption with like people coming in and out of the stream. That normal sort of interruption, but
Yeah,
there
yeah.
was also just the kind of like because it's such an different way of thinking, I would have a question immediately or say, oh, well, this is what it is for me or whatever, instead of just let's have the let's take it from the position of this is the lesser known, so let's listen. So yeah, there's that. So we're gonna do a learn more than a think this time. But I guess what I'll put the video on, the stream on, and then we can just pause and talk as we go along. But I do want
Sure,
to try
yeah.
to diagram it. But it is 4 hours, so it's not gonna.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know how long.
Well, it's actually
Three.
3 hours or less. Yeah,
Yeah,
because the last hour is um just
Gartic, I
the
think, or something.
no are am I the asshole?
Oh, am I the ass? We did a lot of
Yeah,
that. Oh shit. Jeez.
yeah.
Okay. Anyway.
But
So
still,
then
it's
just
3 hours is a
yeah.
lot.
So what I've got here also just for the okay, so we did the revisit because a lot of stuff that I think a lot of stuff that you Andrew had planned to say just didn't get said the way you wanted to, and
Hmm.
a lot of the reason was me, but we'll find it and we'll say so. And then so that we can actually do the learn. But
Hmm.
for me, I don't see my positions changing. Um,
That's fine.
and but my reactions should be changing, my attitude should be changing, my behavior should change. um uh, but what I've written here is what if definitions differ, because for me, for after this, Andrew did say, you know what, uh, a point is that for you, this BDSM stuff is, it's always been sexual. So for a vanilla person, a vanilla minded person, it's going to be sexual, and that's the only way that you would ever come to it. It would only ever involve sex. It would never be the other way. It wouldn't be something that you find and then it's normal to you. So so that's why I said OMG standpoint theory, because it's just like, oh, the world is different through my eyes. So I'm not going to suddenly, I don't think I'm suddenly going to change my where I change into a non-vanilla person, but I can understand somebody who is kink. I can understand a kinkster and understand kink culture and understand what the psychology, maybe a bit about the psychology of it, which is always fascinating to me. So all of
Hmm.
that stuff is why I wanted to do this as well, and of course to see how to also criticize my own behavior. I want to see that. And then there were some arguments that it seems may not have made it out properly, and also some things um, that also were not clarified in the way that they were said. So anyway, I can't remember if CPAFI was on the panel previously. He was it derailed before CPAFI actually, um, in my opinion. But do you want to add to the diagram?
Me?
Also, I can actually share it with you. Yeah.
I mean, sure. When my computer comes up, assuming it comes up.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I can give you the. I can give you the invite a collaborator, and then I can invite you so you can do it. But I mean, I'll also just do what you tell me. Haha. um. Here. Yeah. Anyway. Can't divide a single person unless you want a mess. All one of you, the wrenchless and stand united. Who's? Oh, I don't can't see who's wrenched and who's wrenchless anymore.
Yeah. No, you
Because
gotta have.
we're I've got the other thing. All right, and let me just see what let me get Rumble up as well.
Hmm,
I don't know if there's anyone there, but let me just keep it there. Live streaming.
yeah. No, I did some additional research after
Oh,
the
I didn't even
stream,
give it.
so I have some new insights as well. Things like to even inform my past self.
Oh, okay. Um, there we go. Let me just check it out. Just keep looking at that. Okay, I need to get the actual think up so that we can.
No.
I
Now, one
downloaded it
thing,
so it would be easier.
yeah, one thing that'll become very apparent is how nervous I was in the beginning, especially.
Yeah, you can hear your breathing
Yeah,
is elevated. Just hold up. But I think it's also, I don't know, what happens to me is I'm so excited to say the things I'm supposed to say, I'm trying to say. And then oh shit, so now this is gonna be interesting. I'm gonna
So
have
like
to
one thing,
try.
just a little thing I notice is that sometimes when I'm like somebody starts talking and you'll hear it, like if I start talking faster like over them, I have this weird sensation of like vertigo, like I'm falling, and that's why I'm trying to spit out everything that I'm saying. It's like I don't know, to get over that feeling or something. It's weird. I'm not even sure exactly what's going on, but I have this like, yeah, the sensation of falling when somebody is interrupting a thought that I'm having. It's
Oh,
really
and you
weird.
got
Other times I
interrupted
can
like
just stop and let
instantly.
the other person go, and it's no
Mm.
big deal. But other times I get this sensation of falling, and I'm like, wait, no, whoa, whoa.
This is going to be interesting. This is going to be difficult. We might have to do like a watch together because I usually am sharing my screen. I suppose no, I can just switch between the two.
Yeah,
We won't have to. We can't do both at the same time.
yeah. Add them both as a source, and then you'll switch between the two. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Well, you can't. You can switch just using the stop sharing. So like literally, I would just go here and say share this tab instead, and that's what I would be. That's what we'll end up doing. So unfortunately, that's just
Oh,
how we're gonna have to do it.
yeah.
Um,
Oh,
s-
well, I guess,
the
but if
diagram
you
isn't the
download
important part
the,
of this.
well, no, if you download the video, well, no, it's too late. Never
It's
mind.
gonna take too long. Yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't really. Oh God, I didn't think too much about it. But look, I mean, the diagram isn't exactly the biggest part of this. I'll keep it on my left and like show progress.
yeah,
There.
and pop it up. Oh, and then there's also, yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Oh, sorry, no, my computer is like finally finished, so and I'm logging in now. Sorry, meant one thing at a time. But no, if you want to like switch back and forth, or we could even if you could just share the audio for the other one. We don't like there wasn't anything visually going on. I don't know if you can just share the audio.
No, I can't. I don't have that much control through
Well,
the
like
browser
if you
studio.
do share the window instead of the tab, then
Yeah.
like have just the two things open.
Cause yeah, I can't have two sources. You actually can't have two sources. Do you know that?
No, but like if you share the window, oh wait, does sharing window not have audio?
Yeah,
I know
and
shared
yeah, it
tab
doesn't have
does.
audio, and
Okay.
you can only have one screen being shared at a time.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if it's playing the audio through the other thing,
I wonder
right?
if I can do this and be like
All right.
add another add item camera slot. No, that's all. It won't give me a media slot. Won't give me a anything else. Oh well, it's fine. We just swap. It's quick to go share this tab instead, and then share this tab instead. It really works. It's fine.
Okay.
Um, it's not the end of the world. Obviously, if we were doing an OBS, it would work. Um, but then, yeah. Anyway, let us. How diagram. Well, the diagram's not going to be shown now, but I'll go back here, debate map. We do have this is our general map that we are gonna use. Kitse, Andrew, you're red because you wear red. You're a red fox.
I
And
am.
Kitse, and I mean I know there's everybody else that's involved, but we're the only ones that can commentate on our own behavior. So I suppose that's what we're gonna do. But let's go here. Share this tab instead. Let's keep it. Play. Can you hear?
Ha!
I can.
Everything is sexual. Ooh, I've already started late in new train. I was
That's me
working on
reading
the
chat.
intro video, but yeah, I didn't finish it in time.
Starts with her excuses.
I
never got
Okay.
your question.
1 second. 1 second. I'm gonna leave and I'll pop out right back in.
Oh, you're gonna get on your computer? Yay! Okay. We will only glimpse the kitchen, no diagram. We need the kink diagram. It will happen. We will still show it. Look, I just need to click this button. Ka-ching! Pretty smooth. The kink window is smaller. Let's. I thought I was wearing exactly the same clothes. The kinkogram. I want a better one. Come on. No, kinkogram I think is the best we can come up with, guys. Oh, you know what? I think I'll do Andrew and Kitty, because if we go here, we could be like kink vanilla, but that's very tribal. We're trying to get away from being tribal. No Hydra on kink, sorry. Well, you're here, so you're on the. We're doing a learn now. This is a learn. Oh yes, and also, Jab. I remember your chair in this discussion, so. He's back. It's a kangaroo. Well, soon. We've got a what is it? Oh, God, I forgot what they're called. A
What? Sorry,
reptilian
what?
person speaking.
Oh,
No,
yeah. This, wait.
CPappy's come and said,
Oh, yeah. No, there's the kobolds.
yeah,
But,
kobolds. That's it.
but those were like dog people. They're not. They're not lizards.
They're reptilian.
Yeah, no, they're sort of reptilian normally, but in
Doggies.
his campaign, they're doggies.
Oh, okay. Did you lube your chair yet? Well, this is pre-lube chair, jab lube. So enjoy.
I'm so confused
Do we
about
get
my
to
camera, by the
see?
way.
Can we see
Oh, no, you go ahead.
Well, no, but will we be able to see your avatar even though he's not official?
No, absolutely not. No,
You really hate him that much?
I showed him to a couple of people privately.
Mm-hmm.
Just or I showed it to Dorcas at least. I know that. And even he was just like, "Wow, that's
Don't
bad."
show people then.
No, I don't
That's
want that
sad.
associated with me at all,
Ever
ever.
in any way. Okay. Oh, that sucks. But hey, Catru is still a thing. Like I even called you Catru during D&D. Like I've forgotten.
Yeah, I know, it's
So,
funny. It's like that's sort of my name.
yeah, it's funny now. Like I can't get over.
My
Catru.
camera is not
Yeah,
working for some reason. Like
that does
it should
suck.
be.
I know.
Here,
I
let me
can't believe
reboot.
your luck.
Let me reboot the app.
I think I saw it. I liked it. Yes. Did you show it to him yesterday?
What? No. Oh, no. So I can't actually go with that artist. Theoretically, there's a new artist that I was looking at, but their work is only purchasable in Japan.
Ugh.
I noticed.
Oh, damn.
No, it's fine now. It's fine. I really liked.
I was gonna
really
super
liked
chat.
it, but
I was gonna super chat V and ask him because he's like super into VTubing and he got his troll done a couple years ago. And I think it was a couple years ago. And I was gonna be like, can you recommend an artist? But I know his answer will be like, they're all fucking expensive now. So I wanted to help out, but I was like, I don't think V can help us. Even though
yeah.
he's
Well,
the master
I found.
of the VTubers.
Yeah, okay. So here's the thing. I found a rigger, which is like
Yes.
it's where they take the art and then they make it all work together.
Mm-hmm.
And that rigger, which I'm is like a professional, like high end professional, not like low end professional. And that person, which I am gonna commit to doing, if not that person, someone like him. And like the minimum, it starts like the base floor of service starts at hundreds of dollars more than the last project was. And that's just for the rigging.
Oh,
That's just for the rigging. And so
so
I
wait,
gotta
yeah,
find
that's
an
why I
artist.
was hoping that like that you had the basis from these projects, and then the rigging could be done elsewhere.
I understand.
Even
No, the rigging was
yeah.
actually the rigging was completely and totally fine with this artist. That wasn't the issue at all. The issue was I could actually probably I could make it at least something I wouldn't be ashamed of by getting a new artist to do like the texture mapping, because that's one of the worst things about it is how low resolution and just very bad the texture mapping is. But the model itself is not really good at all, and that kind of contributes to it. But
Yeah.
even if I had a better texture mapping, I might think about using this guy for a while. I don't know. Depends.
I just want you to have your own identity, even though you are the purple cat
Yeah.
for us. Like, and I don't see anyone else. I don't. We don't. Yeah, there's no VTubers that I interact with, except there is another cat I know.
Morgan.
He's, but
I have no idea what's going on with the.
I think he's actually a bit custom. Oh, it doesn't want to.
No, it's so weird. It's just on. Here, I'm gonna try. Okay, I'm not gonna. What is it? No, I'll have to go to settings. I'm gonna. I'll
fiddle
edit
around.
the camera.
Oh, he's gone. He's that. Oh wait, no, device is not connected. He's still here. Isn't it gray, chat? Aren't you gray if you don't have it? One day we'll have memberships and then it's green, isn't it? Nope.
Nope. Oh well.
Oh, that's lame. Okay, well, let's get into it, I suppose. We'll just sometimes you appear. That's what happens in in a think. Sometimes you just go into your icon, and then other times you come Catru arrives. So I'll be sure to keep an eye out. Okay. Let's get into it. Let's watch the video. I mean, we're just
I have some
watching.
That's okay. I can actually send them to you.
It's cool. Oh, I love it. I love the sticker on your mark. I'm sure.
Okay, blah blah.
Hey, for the last ones.
Buddy, I'm sorry. I just rushed into us getting, but I was.
We don't need to listen to this.
Who consequently, the food is.
Watch it on 1.25. I think we can do that. Yeah.
Yeah. You can hear me, right?
In the market.
I can hear you.
Is just old hat now. I'm sorry, I didn't like the soundboard.
Miss 1776 intro.
Yeah, but what I decided to do is
awesome. Interrupt us and let us. Will you be able to stick with us? Okay.
Yeah, I don't really have a set time. I just
okay.
I imagined Gordon along with the cats, but he thought he wasn't.
Into it, there was some definite.
Okay, so here we go.
I was just gonna. Yeah, that's good.
So yes, Miss. Yes, sorry, Catherine.
Oh, I was just gonna.
Yeah, you can see you breathing there. I was just gonna.
Okay. When we're ready to get into it, there was some definitions I wanted to go over so that we're having the most productive conversation and we're not Stitch's law up in here.
Yes, exactly. Everything is sexual
That
there. I
makes
solved it
sense.
for you.
My hair is still boy hair. Mysterious. It's basically the same length.
Okay, so yeah, today's topic is is everybody that wanted to join on the Thinkers thing.
Hurry up, Chinsia.
Yeah.
Some second stream in my Discord, so if you guys just
The topic of today's stream. I don't know if everybody. I haven't watched the whole video. The topic is around, as much as she actually says in her video that it's not her video is not around it, but basically, is BDSM always sexual? Is a springboard for is
You like the boy hair, Calvin? Well, you think I look like Nick Rakita, so you should. I should look great. I look the most natural. Okay.
kink something that's
We didn't really talk too much about kink and pride, did we? Anyway, let's go.
I think it
is,
works.
inherently sexual.
Because and what I'll use kind of like her definition. I think it works very well. Is that there's a distinction to be made between kink and fetish, and so
I think we're going to disagree on things, which is always exciting.
Okay.
So I immediately go, because you're just talking about kinks and fetish, and I immediately go, I think we're going to disagree on things. Like, obviously, there's immediately me going, wait, kinks and fetishes are both sexual in my head, so clearly we're going to disagree on that point. So that's why I brought that up. That's what came to my mind. That's why I was like, oh, that's exciting, because kinkiness is, to me, to vanilla people mostly, is it has to do with sex.
Yeah.
But let's get to the definitions.
Yeah. No, so her. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah. What?
Oh yeah.
Yes. What are your definitions? What are we defining?
Okay.
Okay. Now I'm gonna actually like go and do our definitions.
Yeah. Actually, if I messaged you a picture, it's a diagram.
Woo!
Yeah. That is something we didn't go over. Something sort of that Calvin was talking about. Definitions of BDSM. Like an explanation of the word, the phrase.
Okay, just hold on. I like it. I'm gonna replicate it here, but I'll paste it here.
Oh, okay. I'll be back. Hold on. I'll be back.
He'll be back. Okay, hold on. So basically, I'm just gonna replicate this here for y'all, because then I get to make a new diagram. I think we need to put the D in BDSM is diagram. The D is diagram. Okay. Let me just get this picture. BDSM. Oh, it's just so nice the way it looks though. Let me copy link. This is what I need to be replicating. So I'm just going to replicate it here. Just.
Can you hear me still?
I can still hear you. Yeah. Can you not hear me?
Okay. Oh no. Like my Chrome is frozen, so and like not even Control Delete works.
Oh, great. So what I'm busy doing over here is, it's not going to be as cool. Actually, I'm going to need to do this in a separate diagram. Sorry, guys. We need the background to be a different color. And the layout will be something like this. Oh no, please don't make it look so childish when we're trying to write something very adult. Okay? BDSM. Okay, and then I'm going to say B.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
Back.
Okay, good. No, I'm not back. I never left. I'm still trying to get this figured out.
Okay.
So I have no idea what's going on, but whatever it is, it's irritating. No worries though. Don't worry.
I'm just busy making a diagram.
Yeah.
The D is for diagram.
Here, I'll pull up the stream on my phone so I can see. Oh, that's weird.
That also it has the you connect here. How I make you connect to this here? Relationship. I said relate. Oh, it has the wrong color. That's what. Not you. Yeah, relationship. Just be a different color. Jeez. You're making, because you are being a weird elbow, you're making it seem like you're different. You're not different. You're the same. There we go. And oh, actually, arrow, not a thing. We're being accurate. There we go. Also, you should be the same. Okay, I'll do color coding just now. But dominance and submission, domination and submission, sadism and masochism. Okay. Come here. There.
Think it's there it is.
Ta-da!
So yeah, it's so the letters combine in different ways. The
Yeah.
acronyms combine in different ways to make different different understandings. So it's not like each letter has one exclusive meaning. It's that the different letter combos have different meanings.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's B, B, D together. So they actually all have a relationship with each other. I will want to it's not letting me copy paste this diagram as an image. Actually wait, if I do that, local image, I have to save it. Control Shift R, add image to selected topic. Okay, fine. I'm just gonna save this, just hold on. Because it's so much better. I'll just put it in imagery, YouTube imagery.
Ooh, is that just on
Okay.
my end, or are you actually like roboting?
Probably roboting because I'm doing stuff.
Okay.
I just opened a file dialog, and it seems like it messes up when I open some sort of dialog. It's probably going to do it again now. I am a robot! No? There you go. Ooh, look at it there. Look how pretty it is. Okay, I'm going to copy paste this as well. And bring this back to the debate map. This will be in a commentary block. No, not that, you moron. There. Roboty, probably. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna put that as commentary style because that was not in the debate.
Yeah, I like how it's a PNG,
But it was
so you can just yeah, you can color it.
Cool. X-Mind, baby. Woo. Okay. So let's just go to the definitions. Ooh, I like that one. Isn't it cool? She is a robot. I am a robot, yes. So like, this is Kitty's kind of kink, multiple diagrams at once. A diagram in a diagram. Oh yeah. Oh, look here. Morning. I just finished my second workout this morning. What did I miss?
We're just getting started.
Yeah, we just started. Yeah. We've just getting started, yeah.
Yeah, this
and
last
also, well
half hour
done.
is
I have done no workout today.
I need to be getting
Last
up
half
on
hour.
my workouts.
I was supposed to wake up, but then we wouldn't have had time to chat beforehand. And I would just be even sweatier
Thank you so much
than I
for
am
that.
now. No worries, man. Thank you. Okay, boys and girls, let's do a learn. That's basically item That's what we're basically doing, is doing a learn here. We're revisiting so we can do a learn. Okay. I love how you went your avatar goes, because I suppose you're doing something else.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh wait, you can't hear. Just hold on.
Oh,
Yeah, that's also
yeah. Oh, like when I look down at
More or less
my phone or something, it'll like
yeah, look,
yeah.
look. It's so cute. What?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah,
Oh yeah.
yes, what are your definitions? What are we defining?
Okay, so actually here, wait.
There, look what he does.
That
I
was,
love it.
oh, that was because I got up.
Oh really? And
Yeah.
so it wasn't perceiving your face or whatever.
Hmm.
Mhm.
I would say that for vanilla people, that kink
Okay,
more or less does equal fetish. They're interchangeable terms.
So yes, for vanilla people, immediately that's exactly it. So you knew exactly what my thing was, is so cat food for vanilla people, kink equals sexual, or kink and fetish, hey, kink and fetish. So that's exactly where my position anyway, because I am vanilch. Okay,
Mhm.
there you go.
Yeah, but I would say that fetish is like a non-standard sexual exciting target. So
Okay, so now this is, I would say, so does that mean that now that's for vanilla and this is now actually for you, so for kinksters?
yeah, this is
Like the actual
Kinkster definition.
nuanced. So like for vanilla, we have a like a low definition version, because we're not interacting with that kind of nuance at that level. It's not necessary for us, because like we've said to like you've said to me, like for me, going into BDSM or whatever would be sexual. So the only way to get to these definitions is to be speaking to you and learning from you. So here for
Oh, and
kinksters,
so yeah, just
yeah.
like relating to what Gray was saying
Mhm.
there in the chat,
Mm.
and we were talking about it
Yeah.
backstage too.
Yeah.
Vanilla is not a slur.
Yes,
And
it's
that
not a
is,
slur. Yeah.
yeah, it's not something that's promoted in the community. So
There's the Evie, the person that we watched in our think, I watched, Andrew gave me a video that she did of like a glossary or whatever, and her last word, well, I didn't actually get right to the end of her discussion of vanilla. Actually, I had to get into a meeting. But her last word, as far as I was watching, was vanilla, and she was like, this is a list of all the terms that you need to learn, or that would introduce you to kink life. But why am I talking about vanilla? And it's like, because she really wanted to assert that vanilla is not it's not supposed to be an insult, it's just a descriptor. But of course, and as Andrew and I spoke about, like whenever there's an in-group and an out-group, the people that are not the same as you are always going to sound like, it's going to sound disparaging. So like normies, right, is usually it's a disparaging sort of thing to say, but it's just like, no, it's just literally the norm, the average person. Obviously people, everybody is a normie in something, that like it's a qualifier really. So same thing as vanilla. Vanilla is just without the modification. And she does say that there are people in that community that do use it as like, well, everybody else who is the vanilla people are just lame and they're horrible and whatever. And it's like, we just, let's not get into the in-group out-group. At the same time, you can't be like, oh, kinky people are disgusting and horrible. rather it would like you don't want people to treat you that way, so don't treat the vanilla people that way. So let's just all be just stay out of each other's business and describe each other as best we can, I suppose. So yeah, that was an interesting thing that we did. That's the only prep that I really did for this. So Andrew's got a lot more prep on me than for this thing. The other N word, vanilla. Yeah.
No, normie.
Normie. Yeah, I know. As soon as I said it, I was like, Chinsia. Anyway, turns out if you treat people like people, they tend to like that. Whoa, get out, item. I'm pretty vanilla, except I can only climax if the other person is wearing a stormtrooper helmet. Is that weird? That is non-standard. No, it's not. Yeah. You're ick. Yes, we're all icky. Okay. So yeah, this just Andrew is trying to tell us that kink and fetish are sexual, but then Chinsia decides to interrupt. Kink and fetish are not exactly the same thing, but Chinsia she doesn't even go, oh, Andrew has just said for vanilla people that's what, like, go to that. But instead,
like where they've discussed on the Sitchin show, the foot fetish, where it is a targeting error, more or less, that you are getting sexually aroused by feet in the same way that someone might be.
So also, this is where you guys do the joke. Not now, but the point is the joke is like, oh, Kitty's got the pimple popping fetish. No, it's a kink. Not by my definition. My definition, kink and fetish they both have to do with sex. So fetish is just specific. Kink is just kinky. So kink is still to do with sex for me, but in the new term or the nuanced version, that would be called from a kinkster's perspective. I'm not sexually aroused by pimples. Sorry to tell you, I'm not. But that is a kink because it's not normal, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Did she say Jam Show? Did he say Jam Show talks about foot fetish? No, it was Sitchin Adams show. We're working on that new speak. Yeah, exactly. In new speak.
Be sexually aroused by a naked body. In general, or specifically like the secondary sex characteristics or primary sex characteristics. But you have those feelings towards something that is like non-standard. That's kind of a fetish, right? And kink, being distinct from that, is more like behaviorally exciting, socially exciting, where like, okay, if I was to make
okay, I'll let you finish it so that I can understand. Hold on.
Make an analogy. In a few years, even though it wouldn't be like very standard, right? Like the tradcon aesthetic, the tradcon lifestyle could be considered a kink. Oh,
okay, so I understood. Yeah, I understood what you said there, but you said socially exciting, and the pump that makes it seem like the pimple popping thing isn't a kink because it's not exciting or socially anything.
I see. Well, no, my point is like
what is excitement in that definition?
Okay, so so like when actually there's a clip of you talking about pimple popping and earwax cleaning that kind of is how I would describe that in this video, where you're talking about like, it's not how when you say it's not, and then you do the impression of someone being excited, right? And then you say it's actually like this, and you say, yeah, clean that, and stuff, get that clean. You describe that's how you feel, like that kind of thing is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but that's not sexual.
I didn't say it was sexual.
That's my point. My point is that it's not sexual. So the exciting
that's my point too.
Okay, so that is not sexual excitement. It's not that that I am aroused in that manner. So the word exciting here means just not sexually exciting. So when you're saying something, okay, so kink first, just if we go back here, okay, sexual feelings to non-standard target, right, is a fetish, right? And then there's just like the example.
Well, so there's what is it? Multiple definitions is better than like a single definition. So another thing that I would say, like, if we were talking about excitement, what is it?
Okay, wait, but we're on fetish here for a
Sorry.
sec.
Right, no,
So
like for fetish. Fetish is
yeah,
like a
kink is the
need.
one that had exciting in. Okay,
Right. Like a fetish though, a fetish though is sort of a need. And you could theoretically have multiple fetishes, but like this one of the problems of like sadists, like sexual sadists, like old classic, classic definition sadist, is they can't get excited if they're not inflicting violence. And it is mostly the violence,
Okay,
the pain.
YouTube.
It is mostly the pain that is it's like it is the act, sort of, right? And so like with like foot fetish, they need the feet, they need like it is kind of like almost I mean, you could have theoretically like have a fetish on top of normal, but usually fetish happens where you are like replacing normal. So like does that make sense?
Okay, hold on. I also want to know. Fetish is like this is items asking this. So for a question for you, really. Fetish is involuntary response.
Yeah, more yes, exactly. Like that's kind of how you discover it usually, is that you're like, "Oh, this is weird. What happened here?"
Yeah, discovered this turns you on. A certain thing turns you on.
Right. Well, and but here's the thing with so in this dichotomy, um uh like okay. So if we were
All the
to
yellow is the
equate it
learned
to
stuff.
food, yeah. If we were to equate it to food, like for fetish, the thing would be like bread, right? It would be
Okay.
like the substance. Whereas for kink, whatever that thing is would be like icing.
Okay, so wait. Okay.
It's like it's a
Whoa,
flavor.
whoa.
It's a
We were on. Okay,
it's a
so we were on
spice.
kink. We were on for fetish for like for vanilla people. Kink and fetish equals sexual. So it does like yeah. The kink is maybe just something. I think in this case with vanilla people, kink and fetish they can see the difference between those two things. But because like you said, icing versus bread, like a fetish is bigger than a kink.
Well, it's
It's
like
more
it's this
yeah.
need. Yeah.
Yeah, so a fetish is it that I mean even in like the way the words work in like kink, a kink is a small thing, like kink in a
Yeah.
in your hair or something, it's slight or whatever, whereas a fetish is an entirely different, it's a term, it can't be really used on anything else. So it makes sense even for a vanilla person, they're both sexual. That's the thing. So for us, they're both sexual. So
Well,
there is the
it
kink
also
and
gets
fetish.
confusing. It also
Mm,
gets confusing with kink because they're also activities that
okay.
you don't care about necessarily.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
could have,
Fetish.
right? So like they're relating to activities and practices and things. So like you could do well, okay, so like um you could do like impact play or like me see here. Like,
Well, yeah, you're gonna have to keep those examples for. I want to put those examples where they belong in a diagram.
right. But my point is like you could like you could participate in a kink that you don't care about, that doesn't do anything for you, right?
Hmm.
So like they will talk about like brushing up on a kink or revisiting a kink and such purely as an activity.
Okay, kink as an activity.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's part of that's part of what is so what is it? It relates to later on, and I'll bring it up again, so you don't need to put it down. Well, yeah, you can put it here. Is that when Lady Cameron came on and was talking about like why don't you separate this stuff out? And I was saying that there are more, one, the community wants to stay together, and two, that there are more or unifying factors than there are disparate factors.
So you're saying that take the sexual part out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And give it a different name. Well, the
That's
reason why
that's what my question is. Yeah.
right. Well, one of the reasons why we don't do that is because how the person engages with it doesn't like change like the base level what it is, like, because it's an activity involving with a definition. Like I saw, like, okay, so sometimes someone will engage in like, what is it, impacts play for their partner, and it's something that they can do, but they don't get a lot out of it, but their partner does.
Mm-hmm.
So but both of them are participating in that kink. So like there's this reason why there's a high degree of utility to unify all of these things under this term, because
Yeah.
it
Okay. I
creates
understand that.
more understanding.
Well, and to me, as I said before, I think there's a certain kind of person that this works for. So, even if in practice it's not sexual, they will in my opinion, they will definitely be able to be sexually aroused at some point by this stuff. So it's okay that it's in the same sphere. But at the same time, when you go and search BDSM on Google, you're going to come up with the most sexual stuff. You're
Yeah.
not going to come up with the
Sure.
non-sexual sort of thing. So I think it's important to embrace that and know that and expect that from
Mhm.
the vanilla because that stuff is not going to be if that's the case, if it's always going to be like on the social media sort of stuff, if you're going to have the normal meetups lining up
Mhm.
with the gangbangs, like that's going to be that's just going to be part of BDSM all the time. Part of
Yeah.
being a kinkster is going to have to be sex. So it's not always, but it mostly does lead to it. So
Well,
I think that's the thing that I was that normies or vanillas really don't understand, is like, but it's very much about sex for a lot of the time. So
well,
it's very
yeah,
hard to separate
Jay
those
here.
things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Jay. Uh
Yeah, there's
So
non-sexual
like
BDSM.
there's this video that she does that it's relatively new,
Hmm.
where she's going over different types of masochists, and for some they engage in BDSM as a kind of like challenge. So it's like kind of like a sport, and you see this a lot in different experiences too, where like they're pushing themselves, right? It's about um
Getting through pain.
getting through pain, getting through this experience, getting like even like a runner, like being their best time, like how many, And so like, and and even like with subspace, right? It's
I
often
know what that
described as,
is.
yeah, it's often described as kind of like a runner's high.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
It's like a less socially uh
so
sanctioned way to get a
exactly,
certain feeling. Yeah.
right. So but what is it? I won't deny that, like, in some ways, to achieve those kinds of things, to achieve this like sport, you are engaging in some eroticism. But the
Yeah,
thing is
that's
that for
true.
the
Yeah. Yeah. Therapeutic. Yeah, I think that for me, Lucy, that's where I understand this from. There's certain things that it these scenes and role playing and things like that actually it does some sort of therapeutic thing for people.
yeah, exactly. There's a lot of
Um,
there's a lot of what is it? Also in her video on the different kinds of sadists, or no, on DOMs, sorry. On DOMs, there are certain DOMs that are like service oriented, where all what they want is like they want to help the the sub. So they want to like they have growth goals. Um and so like to help them grow as a person.
yeah.
Not necessarily, and there is a danger of it. The community is aware of it, and so there is a lot of promotion of like this isn't substituting therapy.
Yeah. It
But
could become dysfunctional if
yeah, it
if
could
you
be, yeah, exactly. It can become dysfunctional when that happens. And so, but yeah.
Jay is hilarious. um including this apparently. Okay, let's continue because I guess we'll get even more out of it because yeah,
Yeah.
let's just see.
Oh, and
Let me
sorry. And one of the reasons why I originally wanted to pause there is because I was naive. Kink, or was it Tricon already is a kink.
okay. Okay, so oh yeah, that TradCon was the example that you gave for kink, right? So
Yeah.
there I'm just diagramming here for kink there's fetish, okay, and then this is kink. Okay, so kink you said remember I'm doing the yellow being the commentary
Sure,
and
sure.
us talking, but the you guys can't see it now, but I'm just saying the kink part that you said is let me just go back so I can just get the debate
Yeah.
This is
version.
very standard. Right? In a few years, is more like thing that is like non-standard. That's
Mm.
kind of a fetish, right? And kink, being distinct from that, is more like behaviorally exciting. So
Behaviorally exciting. Which comes that behaviorally word comes gets to like you said an activity that makes sense, exciting, socially. And we did discuss. I'm just going to add the commentary that we had about what the word exciting means there, socially exciting. I'm just going to put the commentary of exciting doesn't mean
no,
uh,
speaking to Lucy,
yeah.
that can be a thing, but like I would say 90% or greater does not. It does not. That's the thing, is that BDSM does not lead to sex 90% of the time.
Are you talking, Lucy? Are you talking about climax there?
Yeah, all of that. Generally speaking, I mean, it can, but like it doesn't.
Okay. But the feelings are not they can be, but they're not necessarily about sex.
Right.
And the
Well,
scene
and
itself as well doesn't have to be what do you like? You know the way that a vanilla person sees BDSM, right? They with the
They
whips
imagine the
and the
scene, yeah.
change, yeah, right. The chains and all of that. That's very sexual, the way it looks, because also it's like there's nipple clamps and there's nudity and there's all of that. That's what they see, right, in their
Yeah,
head
or
when you
like a
hear
St.
that.
Andrew's cross.
Yeah. So what would a non-sexual version of that be? Like, I mean, because flogging
Oh,
and things like that, those are things that are very associated with sex. Um, so it's very difficult to not have that mean sex to us. That's what, remember you said it to me, was like, that's exactly it. That I just cannot see being whipped as a not sexual thing.
mhm.
I just can't see it that way. I cannot see it in the only way I would see it in a non-sexual way is if there was literal malice and I was being whipped by somebody who was treating me as a
Sure,
slave.
sure. Well, okay,
So
so
yeah, for
sometimes,
yeah,
right.
sorry, just to finish, just for me to permit someone to do that, it would have to be for some sort of sexual thing. So that's vanilla, right? Now we're doing this with that. So sorry, go ahead with what you were gonna say.
Well, sometimes these acts are okay. Let me take a step back and just say that use a description of like making love, as they say.
Hmm.
Um, Sometimes that's an expression of just lust for even in a marriage or a relationship, and you love each other, right? But it's an expression of lust between you two. And other times, though, it's more of an expression of love, where
Hmm.
yes, you are making love, but like it's about the love. It's an expression of love. It is like you are in the moment, you are feeling love.
Hmm.
And so it's the same kind of thing where like sometimes it is like a sports it has a very sports setting type scenario where like there's where your play partner is just um you don't have romantic feelings at all for them. And this isn't like like a casual hookup type thing. This is just like, oh, they're your workout partner, and that's how you see
Hmm.
them. And so, and sometimes it is like it is about love, right? And so all of this is the actions haven't changed, but like the feelings have, where this is an expression of love and devotion on either side or on both sides towards the other person.
Okay, just bringing this up with Jay here. This was one of my arguments that I'll bring up later on. Is like you wouldn't do that with a minor, but I think it's like you wouldn't want we don't want minors to drink. I think it's the same sort of thing of like there are things that are inappropriate for minors, whether there's but for me, I understand what you're saying there, Jay. It's like what makes it inappropriate is that it's sexual. But that's from our point of view. What makes it inappropriate for a kinkster? We have to ask Andrew here.
Well, okay, so yes, this is a common thing, and kind of also sort of
Because I do
misconception is
this
that
is where I stand.
well,
So it's
I
like
understand, I
yeah,
understand.
yeah,
Part of it is that it can be, right? So like
it
if there's
can be.
always well, no, because it could at any point be sexual,
Mm-hmm.
right? You can't ever involve kids.
Okay. Yeah, because of it because it is open to that sort of thing. There was something
And
else that
another
somebody brought up.
there's another
Yes,
thing.
I think you might be going there. Yeah.
Well, no, this is something I thought of. Is that also um, what do you call it? Conservatives feel more this way than progressives, but there's a value in not going. Was it even when things are fine and not sexual, we still don't do them to help calibrate kids, right? So it's completely fine and not sexual to see your mother naked, but you don't do it to help calibrate the expectations and mentality of the child,
What nudity becomes,
like
what nudity
family
means later
nudity.
on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
So nudity is something socially reserved for adults, well, for sexual encounters, really, most of the time. Ideally or vanillally, okay?
Yes.
So, but now it is true, this is the question. I think that's why I'm bringing this up. Actually, let's just do this. This is no longer diagramming the actual debate, but this is what I wanted to go through here. Why would it be weird to do kink with your parents if it's not sexual? There's this weird line. So look, let's just diagram. This is now for the vanilla kink. The question why it's weird. It's weird with your parents.
And also,
Okay.
I've got more information on that, and sometimes you, what is it? It's rare. It as widely as this kind of what is it? Not as widely as
Right,
popular as it is. It is still rare to encounter a family member.
mm-mm.
But when it does happen, they getting what you get over the shock or whatever kind of thing, right? But then what's typical is they make plans where they either will participate in completely different communities, or they will like work out a schedule kind of thing where like so they don't sorry so they work out a completely different schedule so that they don't ever meet, so they're not at the same events at the same time.
Yeah, that makes sense. But the events now say so like we've spoken about the BDSM not always involving sex, but it can. So that is why it isn't. It is weird. So like as my diagram, I've got. Can you see the
Okay.
diagram here?
Okay,
This is it's weird.
I would like to
Yeah.
address this. Okay, I'm
Yeah.
going to address it once and then I'm going to let it go.
Uh-huh.
See Paffy right there? Ask
What?
Andrew.
This ask Andrew if thinking putting on a condom is sexual. That one.
Okay, so yeah. So there is a definition of sexual that includes
Oh, this thing.
yeah. There's a definition of sexual that includes, like activities, whatever, activities and topics relating to sex. And then there's a definition that does not include that. We're
Mhm.
using that. We're not using that definition. That would include, simply putting on a condom.
Yeah, we're
We're
using
not
the
using
one
that,
that
and we're not going
involves.
back. So
Oh no, that I don't think that's just a word salad sort of
right.
stuff. I
Well, no,
don't feel.
that was a big
Yeah,
thing. It
it
was a
was the
big
big thing at the
thing.
end. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
But that's not the discussion we're having here. Well, the discussion we're trying to have is about the when we say sexual, we literally mean like
Right.
sexual
Even if we're having a
pleasure
hard time
thing.
exactly defining 100% what we mean, both you and me
Mm.
are on the same page. So we're just
Yeah.
going to move forward with that.
Yeah, because that was the main. There was a big contention, and we didn't really get anywhere with that because that was there's two different kinds of what is sexual involving in pertaining to sex or actual sexuality and things like that. So we understand what's going on here. If it was pertaining to sex, then we would talk about it in that way. But at this point, and this is the more hard to pin down version is because like I can understand that there is this BDSM sort of structure thing where the scene is not sexual. There's no clamps and things and whatever. There's none of that stuff that vanilla people would associate. There's none of that happening. But still, we wouldn't do that with our parents. And that is what kind of how we make a contrast between whether something is sexual or not.
Right.
Um,
Well, and here it
and
was like
yeah,
99.
so
I would say like 99% of people would not go skinny dipping with their parents, but the people who do don't consider it sexual.
yeah,
And so it's like 99%, I would say 99%, or maybe even getting into the fractions there, more people would not do kink with their family members. But I imagine the ones who do, well, there's probably some small subset of people, whatever. But like, the people who do wouldn't consider it sexual. They would do it.
yeah. Okay, so that, I mean, that's skinny dipping. But now if we're talking about kink, in the kink, like you've said, the kink community, like basically
Yeah, they don't.
what
It's
happens there
rare.
is they kind of, it's rare. So like, I mean, they don't do it together. They don't kink together and stay together, kind of thing.
Hmm.
So that, I guess that's that, but that doesn't make it for you. It doesn't make a difference though. Just because of that, that doesn't, like that, for a vanilla person, that is a reason that this is sexual. But for a kinkster, that's not.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Is it because it's sexual for vanilla? Yes, it's because it's sexual. And then just for kinkster, only some. So basically, for a kinkster, it's like some people are
Well, because there's always the
because
opportunity.
some, yeah, because there is the possibility.
And you have to be able to give consent, and children can't give consent.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just one thing right there. And another thing is that is what I was
But yeah.
brought up. I brought up in a different conversation that we had a different time, where I also think that it's inappropriate for not 100% of the time, but I'd say 90% of the time, for adults to be engaging with children, and they're getting something equal or more out of.
Yeah. That's what I thought you were gonna say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. When they get
Like
something that's equal or more out of a relationship with a
from a
kid.
child, that is like
Yeah.
exploitation.
It's
Yeah, and like and consent is so central to this idea. So consent, a child not being able to consent immediately takes them out of this.
Exactly.
This, because consent is very much like they can, even if a child somehow said that this was okay, that's not okay. They don't know that it's okay. They don't know any better. So they actually, they cannot consent. Therefore, taking their consent is sacrilege. It's wrong. So I can see that. But when it comes to this, so that's why Gray was like, okay, take out the minor stuff, right? So when it comes to parents, right? Because parents, it's like, ew, gross, right?
Okay, so this
So
is a
so is this what, if what I'm writing here, is this okay? Is this what it is?
yeah.
So I mean, for a vanilla person, the potential for sex makes it sexual. So we just have like different lines of what is sexual and what isn't.
Sure. Yeah. I can see that. And so what, again, relating to what I kind of like the goals of this is that I'm not necessarily trying to change anyone's mind, but rather I want to just help people to see that
There are different minds out
it's
there.
bigger. Well, not only there are different minds, but it's bigger. The experience is bigger than they might imagine. Well, because like, people who engage in knife play don't want to kill people.
Mhm.
right? But you might actually be, someone might actually think that.
I was just reading a Noah's Cursed Africa or something.
Hmm.
It's bigger, all right, Nico. So no, that's the thing. That's why I literally these things are. It seems like, okay, well, there's no argument here because it's literally we're defining each other's arguments. So for me, it's like, yes, it is because it is sexual. So I just want to. We were drawing the lines between the way we see the world according to each other. Like, you, for a kinkster, because there is a possibility of sex, then it's sexual. So you want to, which is why they avoid family members at meetups, etc. Okay. um and for, but that's why I've got the thing here is
So
for a vanilla person,
here's
the
another thing.
potential. Yeah.
Sure. There's another thing that just occurred to me. Like, it's a new revelation that I just had right now. It's related to moral foundations. It
Mm-hmm.
also relates to definition of kink and why.
Mm-hmm.
Because when Gray was talking about music, it's like the definition I was using sort of fits like a guilty pleasure of music, right? But
Mm-hmm.
I I consented that. I was like, yeah, sure, that fits. Um, but I also, somewhere in the back of my mind, and then also every time I listen to it, I'm like, nah, it doesn't really fit though. And why doesn't it fit, right? Even though, like, based off of the definition I gave, it should. Um, and so something that just occurred to me right now is that something that's kind of integral to kink is that is the what is it sanctity degradation foundation, is that
Mm-hmm.
kink is playing with that foundation, the taboos,
Mm-hmm.
right? And for a lot of people, even when kink isn't sexual, they stop caring about it once it becomes normal. So they're playing with, they're seeking to play with that taboo. That's
Mm-hmm.
for some people. Now, other people, like the kind of people who can just eat the same thing every day and not care, right? They could also participate in the same activities all the time and not care.
Mm-hmm.
But for other people, the variety is important, and keeping the sense that you're violating that sense of sacredness is important.
Okay,
And so that's also
so
another
are you
reason
saying
why.
wait, it's in the sense that you're violating that you're violating uh that you said that sanctity is, so would it not be that by definition you are violating the sanctity? So by definition,
Yeah.
and like you said, literally it was like the first conversation we had about this afterwards. It's like, because my my line is different to your line, that sanctity line is not something to be played with for me. That is why it's sexual for me. It's
That
because
could be.
my line is already, by definition, my line, by vanilla definition, BDSM is sexual. So that's why I came to this sort of conclusion as I was just trying to think about what it is, because what there's no you converting me and me converting you here. We need to just understand each other. So what I was trying to think is like, a person that is interested in BDSM and things like that, their lines are different. So of course they're not going to see BDSM as inherently sexual. But like, for me, for a vanilla person, it is inherently sexual, because as soon as you've gone into the possibility that there could be some sort of sexual thing, well, it might as well be sexual then, because our lines are different, our limits are different. And there's nothing wrong. I'd like to say that there's nothing wrong with that.
Mhm.
And I don't think anyone I hope that none of the thinkers were. I don't feel like I don't even think CPAFI was trying to shame you for that. I don't think anyone has that. I think it's just because it's just so not the norm that it seems like condemnation, because it's just so hard. I think what you need, I don't know, what I would want you to take from my inability to comprehend or to stand in your shoes is to go, oh well, look how kinky I am, and go, fuck that, look at it, that's just how weird I am, and that's okay, and embrace that. Because for what you're doing for me is making me go, look, I look at that, I've approached it, I've been told about it. I still want to learn more about it. It's very interesting because I like the psychology of this. Like, okay, what is happening to the person's mind? They've giving up this sort of they're giving up control, and maybe, and what are the mechanisms that happen psychologically there? That's very fascinating to me. But for me, it's been like, it's like uh, I'm very happy with my vanilla-ness through this discussion. I'm very like, oh well, okay, so there's just where the line is for me. And and those kinds of activities are very much, intimacy for me is for my romantic partner, not for anyone else. It's not for someone I'm playing with or something like that. That intimacy is only for my husband, because that's what I want in my life, and that's okay. And I think if anyone is telling you, as long as you're telling your partners and whatever what you expect, and what they're telling you what you expect, and you're both adults, nobody should be giving you shit. Anyway, rant over. Are you still there?
Yeah, no, sorry, I am. Can you talk for a second? I'm just testing something.
Hey, sorry. Oh, you what? You're trying to do something. Can you
my
talk?
gosh. I think I have. No, I think I have figured something out about
What?
my my setup. I think
Okay.
something. Don't worry about it. I'll yeah. It's just a thing. With my my camera and my setup and cat true and whatnot.
Okay. I thought we were gonna see a cat true.
Yeah, I
Okay.
know. Well, I mean, theoretically it could, but maybe, but it's so. I don't want to have my cat shrew talking when you're talking, and that's kind of what I was trying to diagnose. And I think I have figured out
No,
why
it's
it
fine.
keeps
I
doing
think it's
that.
funny.
Yeah.
What? Stop it, CPAPI. Um, I feel bad sometimes because I really am not. I like my space, but at times I have to give that up for their sake. Oh, you're talking about cuddling? Um, yeah, I'm a cuddler. I like cuddling.
Yeah.
I'm very
Oh, and that's
affectionate.
another thing is that well, it's a preview. Because I don't know if we'll get to it since it's so far away. But well, I guess we can lightning or speed run since we've done so much prep.
Yeah. Let's
But
continue.
but because we brought up subspace before and how, and
Yeah,
then
explain to everybody what subspace is.
right, it is a state of kind of bliss, that submissive and space, like headspace. And so it's this rush of what do you call it, neurotransmitters of like endorphins and dopamine flood the brain and induce it's different for each person, but sometimes it's a kind of trance-like state, and sometimes it's also, or it can be more equated to like a runner's high. And the point is that you are like, gosh, Well, I guess using a runner's high as a analogy. The point is like it's this state of physical exertion and engagement where you've got all these neurotransmitters running, and you're present in the moment and like connect. It can almost simulate a kind of like spiritual experience between the two parties, the
Mm.
dom and the sub. And so, and one of
But
the
is
reasons
it's
why I
not
brought this up,
necessary for is it necessary
it's
for the
not.
other person? Yeah.
It's
It
not.
it it's just what that sub person is feeling at that
Right.
point.
Yeah. And so then there's also top space or dom space where which is
Does it do the
going to be
same
different.
thing?
It's going to be different because they're in a different but it's described as kind of like a flow state, right? Like by what was the guy Jaime Csikszentmihalyi is the guy who coined the term, and the point is like you're like present in the moment, and I don't know if you've ever had like a workflow state where you're when you're doing your work and you're like
Hmm.
you're able to like connect, like you're on a roll in a sense, right? Where like everything makes
You're in
sense
the
and you're
zone. Yeah,
in
I know
the
what you mean. Yeah.
zone. Yeah, exactly. Um,
It's a
and
brain state.
so,
I like the word.
right.
I like the
Yeah.
stateness of it.
Yeah.
It sounds cool.
And so, and later with aftercare comes up in this discussion. And so, and Miss 1776, like kind of described it as like, oh, I'm done beating you now, I'm going to show you some love. But like
Hmm.
that reconnecting with your partner after a scene is part of it, but it's not. That's not a good explanation of what's going on there, because what aftercare is designed to do is to mitigate what's called sub drop,
Yeah.
and
Yeah. Yeah.
right, it's
That's
because
what was in that video. Yeah.
right, yeah, mitigate or eliminate sub drop. So you're going to be having someone with all those like all that dopamine and uh the other one anyways, with all those neurotransmitters flooding, it's like it's an overproduction, and then it floods the brain, so the brain will then like
Have
cut
a
it out.
deficit.
A
Yeah.
deficit, yeah. And you'll go through like this dry spell, so you and it can induce almost a flu-like symptoms,
Hmm.
and kind of a depressed kind of state as well, because your brain is like overcompensating for the
Yeah.
effect it had before.
It's coming down from a high. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
And so,
It happens on drugs. So
well, yeah,
yeah, it just this is just what we're just characterizing this drop that it happens as a result of the scene or whatever it's called.
exactly. Yeah. The scene. Yeah.
And the aftercare bit is to try and avoid that or to
Right.
deal with it because
Right.
it is something that happens. And
Yeah.
that to me, I mean normal stuff that is very similar to like a really tough therapy session with your psychologist. You have that you could have the same sort of if okay, you don't get a high or anything like that. It's not that, but it's like have if something has had emotional impact on you, there is going to be an after effect, and
Hmm.
that aftercare sort of thing. I don't think that there's anything. I think that's fine. It's responsible.
Hmm.
I think in the context of us talking about whether BDSM is sexual or not, I don't think it's relevant actually. Um, More of a like
Well, no. The point
really,
is that
is it relevant? I don't think it
it
is,
is
but
relevant. No, it is because like
Sex-wise.
subspace. No, like because subspace is often a goal of a scene for people,
Mhm.
and it's also talked about that
Oh, it's
like
what they're
you
looking
gotta
for.
mitigate.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not they're not looking for the sexual aspect. They're looking for like the high aspect.
Mhm. But there has to be something in their brain that makes that
So
have
yeah,
that's
but
something that they're looking for.
exactly. For
And
some
your
people,
lines are
that's why
drawn
they will
differently.
do a scene because
Mhm.
they're looking for that.
Mhm. But still unsure about the whole thing. There was a woman I used to literally sleep with, nice, but we didn't do it while either was in a relationship, probably because of an emotional cheating thing rather than sexual. But still unsure about the whole thing. Yeah, that's still some sort of intimacy thing going on there. Um, Emotional cheating is a thing. Yeah, to me, I think so. It doesn't really matter. And cheating, it's like that person takes up a certain space that they're not that is reserved for the person, and that's my traditional view of it. But let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Unless you have a comment on that, you can
Nope.
add to it. I interrupted you enough in this stream and this stream, both of the streams. But it's not sexual. Well,
Where, like, okay, if I was to make an analogy, in a few years, even though it wouldn't be like very standard, right? Like the tradcon aesthetic, the tradcon lifestyle could be
it's so
considered a kink.
kinky.
Okay. Yeah, because
So-
I don't think
TradCon
I've used
is
it that way before.
Right,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
the thing is that it's
because
like
it's
a set.
non-standard.
So wait, you did say that it is a kink now.
Yeah. For the reasons
So
I talked about it here and
Mm.
later,
Mhm.
where
It's just
like
'cause it's
the power exchange, right? Because that's part of what is talked about in
but the
TradCon.
purpose that some people do it for is not a kink. Like if it's just the way that they are,
Well,
is that a
that's
kink?
part. Okay. So, like, for the same reason why someone
Like
might
am
be
I
attracted.
kinky because I'm kind of traditional with my husband, somewhat?
Well, see, here's the thing. You wouldn't necessarily. Okay. So, this actually counters a little bit of what I was talking about with the sanctity degradation, because sometimes what it is like this is like it's reinforcing that, like maybe you want the master slave dynamic because it provides you a sense of sacredness.
So but is tradcon master slave
Well, no.
rather
I mean,
than
I'm talking about like the power exchange relationship.
Mhm.
So like you're giving up
Yeah, could you explain
like
power
the
exchange relationship?
right. And that's something I didn't do before here. Well, the point is
Mhm.
that there are all sorts of different types of power exchange relationships. Sometimes they are based off of service. Sometimes they're based off of um, more classically like what do you call it? Like just behaviors, right? So like something like with like let's say here like a brat and a dom kind of or a daddy, where they're going to be having um, protocols and rules, right? So like they'll you negotiate exactly what the sub has to do, like what are the rules for the relationship, and like those are kind of like these global scenarios that like always and never type things. And then you have protocols where that are much more contextual based on and detail out like they're more if then type statements.
Mhm.
And so
Oh yeah, okay, well,
like
that
sometimes
does involve the consent thing where it's like everything but this or that sort
right,
of stuff. Well, that's just a
yeah. And so but like sometimes people will do things like get like they have to the sub will have to ask permission
but
to
it's
use the
always sub
restroom.
and dom, right? That's the whole idea. Power
Yeah.
exchange is somebody has.
Well,
There's
sometimes
a
yeah, but
chosen
like
one that has the power at a certain time, and there's
okay.
mechanisms of how they move between the two positions, but there is always sub and dom.
Oh well, there's about a switch, yeah.
No, I don't, but I'll just assume
A
that that's the
switch,
thing.
a switch is somebody who moves between. You could, it's rare. I suppose it's
Mhm.
possible for people to two people in the same relationship to switch between the two roles, but generally it's just like you are someone's sub, you are someone else's dom kind of thing.
Mhm.
Or like sometimes that it's that you will have what do you call it? Like in one relation you start sometimes it's that you start one relationship one way and then you start and then that relationship ends and you start another one the opposite way.
Mhm.
And other times it's that you're in more than one relationship, and that's possible sometimes because you're poly, and sometimes it's other things. It's because one of them is sexual and the other one isn't. So
Mhm.
like there are service relationships where like I know this may seem bizarre, but like you're just cleaning somebody's house since you're like a
Mhm.
maid, and so like,
Mhm.
and I know it's like why does or sometimes you're like a secretary, and it's like
Mhm.
so it's all kind of you might think it's odd that like someone would want to engage in sometimes there's what is it also like financial domination where like
Yeah.
you give up your financial like um what do you call it
Well, your
you
independence.
yeah
You
you
are
give
not
up your
independence.
independence, yeah.
But like yeah, okay, wait. You are the person is dependent on you. But you don't have a say in it.
Yeah,
there is
and generally speaking,
mm,
in this, the dom is uh is looking after the sub. So
mm,
it's not like they're wasting their money. They're not using and wasting their money. I,
but
I
they're
suppose
getting
that
something.
could happen. That could happen, but I would imagine 90% of the time it's that they are looking after. They are in control of their investments and making sure that they don't
Sugar
spend too
daddies.
much. Yeah.
Okay, so what I've written here is this. Does this make sense? Rules for relationships. There's some examples, service based. There's always protocols involved. Like for example, there's if then statements that like it's they.
You might want to put that like as a dash or a comma
Mhm.
for protocol,
Okay, so like
because that's what a protocol is like their if
okay,
then statements.
yeah, okay. Well, the rules for a relationship basically, I think also just protocols as well. So it's like rules if then
Well,
statements. They
because
all
yeah,
kind of
because rules
come together.
yeah, rules are like global. So like
Hmm.
something like um what do you call it like about keeping a diary, right?
Hmm.
So you might have like a rule about keeping a diary and like um share when and how you share the diary or like not like or that you will share the diary, but the protocol is like the is about the when and how and
Hmm.
um that kind of thing, like if
Okay, so yeah,
it
yeah.
yeah if it's if you have completed your diary then you're going to give it a show your dom kind of thing, yeah.
Okay.
But
Um, but there's an understanding of this. I do want to write, but I was busy over here before I got here. There was where shall I write the thing about um where is it? Kink, behaviorally exciting, socially exciting, involuntary discovered. This is for Kingsters. So for vanilla people here, I just want to write the moral foundations, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And we just from there, it's just like
Yeah, I would say like
um,
that it has to do with sacredness. So sometimes it's about violating it. Sometimes it's about reinforcing it. And I don't.
one of the things that you were saying is that for Kingsters you need to be there is a need to be playing with that sanctity, right? So
Yeah. It's about
sanctity.
playing
I'm
with
just gonna say, yeah, sanctity lies in different places for vanilla and Kingster. Okay, I know there's no strong line, right? Like it's going to vary bit between individuals, but for somebody who will be able to perceive BDSM as not inherently sexual, that's my line for a versus the thinking. Like if you have the potential,
Mm-hmm.
if you can see this as not sexual, then your line is drawn differently. Because it's like a litmus test, I suppose. Or a Rorschach test. If to be more accurate, actually, it's just where you are psychologically.
Sure.
Okay, so let's continue here. Let's see what we get to. When you register as a Kingster, you fill out a character sheet so that you can keep track of your XP. Exactly. We were talking
Not
about
wrong.
registration.
Not
Well,
wrong.
I mean, oh really? Well, I mean, if some, I suppose it would be part of the protocol. I mean, do you want to continue with the stream? When you want to do like an exposition, okay, like a learning thing, right?
Yeah,
Just tell me to stop and then I'll diagram it. Okay.
Sure. I think
So
we've
I'm
done so
gonna.
much already. I think that we're going to be speed running this.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, it's a set of social and behavioral protocols that are, and we're at what 1.5. We could go up to 1.5, I think. And
Yeah,
so,
okay.
and so, like those kinds of things can be sexually exciting to people. Those things can be like inherently like that's their fetish. Their kink is.
Can
But-
we go over the difference between kink and fetish? Because I don't see that.
I have a short
Yeah.
definition.
Okay,
From my
This discussion we've just had made me understand Smith 1776's joke a bit more.
deviance
Ooh.
class. What is it? Was it kink is the
Deviance
feather?
class.
Yeah, but it was in college. It still isn't helping my case here for my major. Is it kink
but
is
it's
the
also
feather?
why
The whole chicken. If you
but it's also
Mhm.
why it's so frustrating for kinksters to listen to that because it's like that's not how we use it at all. Not even close.
Yeah, but it's not how you guys use it, but it's what it is outside because we are seeing it at a lower definition than you. We just see them as they overlap. So it must be it's frustrating. It's like, no, that's not the same thing, but they're kind of the same thing to you. So to a vanilla person. So I can see why you were frustrated there. Well, you're probably still frustrated. Just hold on. I just want to write this because she did say I'm gonna put oops, the joke. What kink is I'm gonna put it here, the feather. Then I'm gonna put here the whole chicken, which I like now I understand because you were saying like one is a behavior thing. A fetish is like it's like a certain thing. So it makes sense to me that it's the chicken. But I guess that's just there are two. Why is that so wrong? Why is it so foul?
Well, I guess I was also interpreting it a little bit differently as well.
Okay.
The way you just said it now, I would actually
Mhm.
agree with that.
Yeah.
Because that's sort of what I was using about like the cake and
And
or if you were like
and
I
the
said bread, but
icing.
like cake and icing, yeah.
Yeah, that's what made me understand this.
Yeah. But like how I thought it was like not necessarily what is it? Okay, so how I kind of saw it also is like the chicken is the big umbrella, like the whole category of the thing is fetish, and then kink is like a small part of what, like, it's under the umbrella.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
that's not accurate. But if we're talking
Okay.
about like the chicken, like, well, like the chicken meat would be like fetish, and like the feathers would be kink.
Mhm.
In this analogy, but the way she said, like, the whole chicken is fetish made me think like,
Mm.
oh, well, no, because to me that means that it includes the feathers.
Okay, it includes the feathers. Yeah. So
That's how I read it.
okay, no, oh, well, I guess that's also because that's what because they seem the same to me. That's what I'm trying to say. But actually, going back to our the whole moral foundations thing, these two have crossed kink and
Well, and see,
kink
that's the
and
thing,
fetish
is like,
are sexual for us. So so it doesn't that we're still talking about chicken, whether it's
right.
a feather
And
or
that's
meat.
actually another thing that, if we were to use that lens, fetish is completely outside of that, because fetish is like this biological, like, need thing that is completely
Mhm.
absent from the sacred sanctity degradation foundation. It's completely
Mhm.
absent from that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna put that there. It could be like it doesn't necessarily have to be. It's just that it's a different, a non-standard target. But this, but with a kink or whatever, or BDSM as well, it's very much to do with the sanctity, right? So, um, uh, well, what involves degradation of certain sanctity. Okay, and again, as long as you're not degrading somebody's sanctity against their will, you're all good. Okay.
Okay, wait.
Um,
I think that this is Lord Cameron right
what?
there, like up above, if there's a need.
If there is a need to play pretend among adults and the kink is that outlet, and kink is that outlet, could it be resolved with a sufficient dose of D&D?
Absolutely not.
Uh,
I get
I
what Lord Cameron is saying, but no. I mean,
no, the need, yeah, because the need is not that. The need is
yeah,
not for playing pretend. There is something more that you need from playing pretend than just playing pretend.
yeah. I mean, because you wouldn't be doing a scene in D&D.
Yeah. So, but he's, if we're taking his if statement, which is if there is a need to play pretend, let's just pretend if there is a
Yeah.
need to play
Well,
pretend,
for
and
some
that's it. Like,
people,
yeah.
yeah, for some people it is like that would help, or that would do it.
Mm-hmm.
But like that would be a small portion of people, not everyone, not
That's
most
not
people, I would
sanctity.
say.
That's care. No, care harm. You still get care harm if you're taking, if somebody has a line of sanctity and you violate that. That is again that they mix together. Sleep happy.
They
Are
daisy
there
chain,
adult? Aren't there
and
adult D&D games out there? I'm pretty sure there are.
yeah, there are.
People absolutely do D&D scenes in D&D. See a cat for a sweet trauma child. Okay, well then that's part of like that's part of a Kinkster sort of thing.
Yeah,
Um,
then it would be, then
yeah,
that would be that, and it depends. No, and it depends on exactly what's going on. But even if it did, I imagine it's because they are Kingsters.
yeah. It would be very weird if it went there when it wasn't supposed to go there, and I don't know. Interesting. What is a scene? Okay, tell us what is a scene, Andrew.
Okay, so a scene is a time. Well, okay, so it might be, rather than giving a strict definition, maybe it's better to give a description of kind of like how it happens. So you'll go, you know, two parties will meet either, in the dungeon or outside of the dungeon, and they will I'm using
Does the
dungeons
dungeon have to be
colloquially.
a dungeon? Is it?
No,
It's just a building.
Well,
it's wherever.
here, let me get you.
Like, what is
Um,
dungeon a certain kind of thing, or yeah? I'm just asking out of curiosity.
yeah. So, um, what do you call it? So they'll meet and they will have a negotiation where they go over what's going to happen and what's not going to happen. And usually, there's a list of things. Sometimes, okay, so there's two types of negotiations. Sometimes it's like you're only talking about what you're excluding and what's not going to happen. And sometimes you go over everything, so like including the what is going to happen and what's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And so
This is part of informed consent, basically, but
yeah,
also
exactly.
and then that would also include your safe words, right?
Right. And so sometimes it's like, especially for newcomers, it's going to only be like one or two things. It's going to be for a few minutes. And generally speaking, there is some role play involved.
But she said like a few minutes to an hour.
Yeah.
Okay, we're talking about Evie Lupin. Subscribe to her. Okay.
So, and sometimes that's going to be some rope play. Sometimes that's going to be some impact play. Sometimes, some humiliation.
Nico's example here is could that be?
Sure. Yes. I mean, that would be like a vanilla version of a scene, and that could also be taken
because
to
that
a kink place.
yeah,
Definitely.
that's what I'm thinking. Like, that doesn't necessarily have to have. There's no power. That doesn't have to. Just role playing itself is not BDSM. Role playing is just role
Right.
playing.
Exactly.
But BDSM has to do with these words here. So the domination and submission and all of that stuff that's involved. That's what makes it a BDSM scene.
Oh, and sorry, something that's really important to note is that okay, so you talked about power, but who has the power? Like, like, I'm asking you, this is a question. So I just want to see.
You both have the power.
No, like
in vanilla, like you both have the power to.
Sure, like in like no,
But
but
I think
like what is your impression of like who has the power in like BDSM?
Well, I think it would be equal as well. Because inherently, as it is described, the way it should be done, you should be able to remove your consent whenever you want to. You actually do inherently have the power to stop whatever is going on.
Right.
So, but you have in the scene made it so the whole idea is to make it so as make yourself feel as if you are powerless, or to have that sort of thing there when it comes to
you're surrendering power.
Domination, right? Is you have to
Right.
feel dominated. So you do give up these things, and that is why people land up saying things like, oh, stop, or whatever, but it's not actually
right. That's why you
that's
have
not
like
safe word. Yeah.
I forget, it's been a while since I've seen it. Did they go over the traffic light system?
Yes, the traffic light system.
Yeah.
She did the traffic light system. Red would be stop. Yellow would be slow down. Just take a second, or like pause kind of thing. Just think of realign sort of thing, but don't stop. But and green is okay. That continue kind of thing.
Yeah.
But not
so you'll
everybody
like
does
check
that.
in. Yeah, you'll check
Yeah.
in. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But like, well, the reason why I was asking that before is because there's a big misconception that like the dom is the one with the power in the relationship, and
No, that doesn't make sense.
it's actually the sub who has really all of the power, because they get to say no.
Which is traditionally why you actually even in a in gender roles, women do have the power of selection, because if you are a respectable man, you're not forcing a woman. The woman has to choose, and it makes sense. The in a consenting relationship, or in that kind of any kind of relationship where you are submitting, but you are able to stop the person who actually is dominating you, that you have power. And if you don't, then it is not BDSM anymore. Then it's bad. Then it's abuse. And I'm pretty sure, and that doesn't mean that now
And that's one of the
everybody
reasons.
who's
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why popular things or popular novels and popular movies containing BDSM are usually disliked by the community, because
what does the community think of 50 Shades of Grey? I'm just within the LARP,
generally
the
speaking,
dom,
we don't like it. It's considered
because
to be bad. Yeah,
bad
there's some people
representation.
might though. Yeah, there's if somebody like recognizes, some people might think it's like, oh, it's it's vanilla fantasy type stuff, so it's fine, let them have it. But generally speaking, it would be considered to be bad representation. From what I can remember, it is actually a good example of a bad relationship.
Yeah, it's interesting. It seems like a lot of people that criticize it are about it's a bad relationship. It's not what in the spirit of BDSM. But yeah, this just to go back to what Zerafax said here, within the LARP, the Dom does though. You have to. If there is no, if that's not happening in the LARP, it's not going to work. Within the scene, he's calling it a LARP, but within the scene, the reason there is a scene, everybody's got the role that they're supposed to play, and there's feelings that are supposed to be evoked. So, yeah, it makes sense that technically they must feel dominated. That's the whole idea. But the whole thing is based on informed consent. If there is no, that is exactly why there is, even if there is no sex on the table, there is no way that a child could engage in this in any appropriate manner, because they have no idea what they would be consenting to. 50 Shades of Grey, adults are speaking. So 50 Shades is a terrible example. Read better stuff. So it sounds like Item's a bit of a kinkster, which is, it's cool. So do you want to come on, Item, if you want to talk about it as well? You guys can both educate me. I mean, that's hilarious. I mean, some people like learning new things. I was told point blank by the least likely person I would expect to tell me to study up, so I did. No, I'm not a kinkster. Okay, well, you know stuff about it. Look, what I would say to kinksters about 50 Shades of Grey is maybe it at least made people more amenable to it, or made them more interested in it, and maybe they went and they looked into it and they found people like Evie, and a lot of people got in to it through that. It was a gateway drug for them. So I think that's fine. It's I suppose it's like if you read the Wheel of Time because you saw the shitty show, I'm happy for you. Like, at least you came around and watched and read the books. I'm glad you're experiencing it. So I suppose just be happy for the people that landed up being kinksters, because they found I'm interested in that stuff. But it seems like it's normal sexual excitement for people.
Yeah.
It seems like that's all it is. It's just like, ooh, sex. That's it. That's it. It's nothing interesting or complex. Are you vanilla, Item? Apparently there is no in between. Yes, there is. Actually, there isn't. There is a line, but it's like there is different intensities of vanilla, I think. The what the Wheel of Time is a harem subdon progression. It is. No, it's not. Okay. Vanilla is
All
my
right.
favorite flavor. Same. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
All right, let's go.
You don't have to worry. There's nothing wrong with being vanilla. There's nothing wrong with being whatever Kinkster flavor is. Okay? That's the whole point of this stream, is to explore. Do a learn. Do a learn and not a think.
Yeah.
Wow, we're how many? 7 minutes in.
Oh, by the way, did you check out the pic
Which
on
pic?
Discord? On Discord.
Hold on. Oh, that's a dungeon?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, that is why a so if I go that is why a vanilla person is not going to be bringing their mom there. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like you're not going to bring your mom there because this is very much going to be sexual in nature for us. And I say us.
Oh wait.
Let me just show you here.
Did-
I'm gonna add it. This is the dungeon. Here is my dragon. I'm kidding. Where is
Okay,
it?
I'll get
Add
this one.
here. Okay, what are you gonna give me the non-sexual dungeon?
No. Well, there is, but I mean, they look like gyms basically, but with different equipment. And then here. Check
Okay,
and
so
then check
there's the
check this
dungeon.
one out. Check this out.
No. Okay, that's the like that cross thing, right?
No, I got a kick out of that. You know what that's called, right?
A something cross. I don't.
It's called a St. Andrew's cross.
Look at that. Oh my goodness. Why is he a saint?
I
Oh,
don't
would
know.
love Gordon to find these pictures here. St. Andrew's Cross. Gordon's gonna be like, what the heck? Yeah. Guys, this is a St. Andrew's Cross. And I think we're just gonna make a whole ass joke about it. Where did I save this? Did I save this in a clients folder? That'd be hilarious. Where did I save you? Shit. Where are you? Ooh. Oh, it's because it's the wrong kind of file. That's why. Shit. Just go all files. Give me all the files. That's what she said.
Did
Just
she? I guess you
show
did.
me. PNG, PNG image, web, GIF, BMP, Arco. Can't you just give me all files? File name, like just save image. You guys have to see Andrew's Cross. It's a JPEG. Okay, it's not saving it as a JPEG. It's weird. Maybe I can drag it in there.
Okay, yeah. So the point is that with a scene.
Nope.
Yeah.
There it is, guys. I'll share this tab instead. And it's purple. Hello. Okay. I did set this to this stream to over 18s only. So there's that. There we go. Okay. Come back.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I would just like make a
What? Instead of leather whips, use, I don't know, rayon and sandpaper. What? What is
I'm
Lord
sure someone
Cameron?
has. I'm sure someone has.
Why not a white, blue, and gold altar room? It is the X-shaped one. Ooh, Zero Fox knows his stuff too. Oops, I guess I got to leave then. What's this? Why? Okay, anyway, let's go.
more of a comparison to like sex and gender, where like gender, sex is kind of like biology, and there is a link between sex and gender. But like gender is kind of like visual, it's social and cultural signifiers and stuff. And there's a link between the biology and those kinds of kind of like that amalgamous idea, but they aren't one to one, right? And so fetish, right?
I think this goes on with the just the continued just the differences between the okay, it's inherently sexual for somebody who has a definition like this, and it's not inherently sexual for somebody who has a definition like this. It's just a
Might be
continue.
like you might be sexually
So I think
excited
we all
about.
understand fetish, but like, what would be the difference between like a lifestyle and
Well,
a
like
kink
okay,
thing? Like you're saying, like trap
okay,
con,
so
like
with like kink, right? There's
Jab.
a lot.
So yeah, this started happening, which was
Yeah.
already must have knocked you off a bit because it's just like you were on your way to saying stuff and then Jab came.
With kink, there's a lot.
How dare you, Jab?
Hey, with kink,
And then-
you're not getting like sexually
Hello? Am I
excited
able to be heard? I
necessarily.
can't-
You aren't.
Anyone else?
He's
Disturbing.
like
You were
talking to
Yeah,
himself.
we can hear you. You're disturbing Andrew's flow. Shall I mute him? Get the fuck out, Jab.
So with like
Yeah, and you can see that you're nervous because you're not taking part in the joke and stuff because you're like trying to get your point across, and instead of saying no, Andrew's busy getting his point across, like I went over to like joke with Jab.
I was embarrassing me.
Mhm.
Sorry.
1976.
Oh yeah, and also yes, it was Miss 1776's first appearance. I was kind of jazzed about that.
It's true. We're supposed to be professional here.
right.
Yeah.
That's all
So-
cool. No worries.
Professional compared to the stream I've been
She's
on.
pretty cool.
We met
Fair enough.
She is awesome.
where we met.
MSK is, yeah.
She's a-
So MSK would be the fetish, I think. Here.
There you go. So right with kink, it like you're not necessarily sexually. Oh,
And then I'm
just
fucking
gonna
around
ask
with
my-
yeah.
scenes, just like the worst configuration for you.
You're not necessarily sexually excited. You are like behaving in certain ways, like for it could be like for catharsis, for belonging, for what do you call it, relaxation, for intimacy, for yeah, like
So many so many
like some kind of like
so
it's
many
the aesthetic
and
that
likes in the beginning too.
Well,
That
you
evens
do.
out later on, but I was just so nervous.
like I was saying with TradCon. So those values and those kind
I think it should have been what could have happened better is like maybe kind of made it more like this, where it's like not trying to convince anybody out of where they are, just this is what I'm telling you and how you're supposed to learn about this, Jinxia, that kind of thing. So, but it wasn't hostile, but it's the thing is because you were the only one that was bringing this information, it was like you were fighting all of us, even though we all were okay with hearing what you had to say. It's like, yeah, it's not ideal at all, but you did well.
There
That's
was-
what I was
there
saying
was,
earlier. That you
I'm-
really did do well to not be upset and whatever. You, as much as you say you were nervous, it wasn't you were not mean or anything. Yeah. you didn't
There was
attack.
one point where I definitely was like short with you though.
Yeah, I well, what where you were like, you're like, no. I mean, that's it. That's as short as you got. But yeah, that's. I mean, I'm sure I deserved that anyway.
kinds of
Who ran?
those
Yeah,
kinds of
sorry.
social
Like scared him away.
those kinds of social things kind
And you're like busy talking, and we're just having our normal. Like this is a big deal for you to talk about, and we're just like chilling.
of are the way that you like identify you want to behave, you think is correct, or at least for you, maybe not even like you are saying it's correct for everyone, but it's like this is correct for me. And so
So that's for you, what it is.
right, like
Like where I haven't heard this.
See now, I ramble over you here and like go to where what I think here, which cool, but I think it's kind of the default anyway. So we shouldn't have spent so much time on it. We should have spent more time on your definitions.
This version of it before.
Right.
That way, like I haven't heard that it's not sexual thing before because
And
The-
also,
the
as
fact-
far as
Yeah,
with the backdrop
maybe-
of pride, right? I don't think that kink is necessarily appropriate either.
Mhm.
Even if
Oh,
it is
so even-
inherently sexual,
even-
it could still be not appropriate.
Yeah, that was also that was a main line that we have come back to before, that things can be inappropriate while still being non-sexual. I guess like swearing and that sort of things that are not, that's not for kids is a but then it gets to the point where we're like, well, it's not for kids because for a vanilla person, it's not for kids because it's sexual, not the other. They mutually they're not mutually exclusive. They're actually the same thing together. It's not that they could they can exist. That the one depends on the other. It's because it's sexual that it's inappropriate. Which is, you know, where the line is for when we're talking about parents. Like, wouldn't want my parents involved because it overlaps into sexuality, and that's not something that my parents are involved in with me. That's not their place.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so even if you decide if you hold the definition of kink as not kinky, you know, like as kink as not sexual, even that it's still even for you, because now I'm saying for you because I don't hold those definitions, it just doesn't sit right. But so you're saying it can be inappropriate, what, because it's exposing a child to a different kind of lifestyle that they won't be able to understand yet. Is that it?
Yeah, exactly.
I guess we can get onto that question after we watch the video.
Things exactly. They don't go into. She doesn't go into this because I did pre-watch the video before I even recommended it. What is it? So like children having like I mean, even if like it is appropriate to like go over like full.
Gosh, so nervous, so nervous.
Like even like in an artistic setting, right? Like live drawing classes. You wouldn't expose.
Well, obviously, at high speed, it also sounds more neurotic.
Well, you can, yeah, it sounds more neurotic, but you can like it also highlights all the ums, uhs, and likes.
Well, you're counting them. That my brain, because we're in a normal conversation, your brains usually don't count ums because they don't mean anything. We make provisions for those kinds of words. We don't really. It takes a while. Like there has to be a certain. See, I'm saying like. But now, if I start thinking about how much I say like, then I'm going to say like too much, and then you know, I know what you mean. You're being hyper aware of your own speech. That's all. Like, okay, let's see what I'll be hyper aware of my speech next.
Like young children to a live drawing class, even though there's nothing sexual about it. Just having you know, like a naked person up on stage and you're drawing them.
Gordon always makes fun of me saying like he just walks past. If he can hear me just talking to you guys, he always makes fun of me just going because that's conversation. You're acknowledging that you've heard a person. Oh, you see? Yeah. Why'd you say Like,
even though there's nothing sexual about that, you would still not have children attend that class. And I see it in a similar sense where there are some things that, you know, you need to like, they're not publicly socially acceptable that are still not sexual, if that makes sense.
You
know? That makes sense. And I think everyone agrees with that. But Lady Cameron has a question. Okay. So how would you differentiate aesthetic versus kink then?
I don't know that I've never thought of. I've only recently heard of things being aesthetics. What? Yeah. Let's see what your answer is here, but I want to hear more from you about it.
Well, okay, so that's why I was saying that, like with TradCon, right? It could. I mean, it wouldn't be normal to associate TradCon with kink, but it would not be inherently. What is it? It's not incompatible, right? So it's just by tradition that we wouldn't. That's the only thing separating like the TradCon aesthetic, the TradCon lifestyle from kink is just tradition. There actually isn't a meaningful distinction between the two. It, I would say that,
as a addendum to this, what I mean is that you're going to be negotiating, you know, who has power in which situations, and also that the wife is going to be subservient to the husband.
Oh, sorry,
So
I
that
do need to
you're
give Axel some
recreating, yeah.
food. Continue. I can hear you. I just need to give
Yeah.
Axel food.
Sure. So you're going to be having a power exchange relationship with TradCon, and it looks a very specific way, and people attempt it and achieve it outside of a kink setting. But then my point is that it's very similar. It's very analogous. There are what do you call it? From the outside, from somebody who is a third party to all of it, you're gonna looking at Tradicon, looking at a power exchange relationship and what goes into its creation and its maintenance. You're gonna see more or less the same things. That was my point.
Yeah, it's not that much of a huge distinction. I get it. You're going to see the same sort of things.
That like aesthetic,
So then,
in this sense, it's
like
just
goth wouldn't.
well,
I don't know.
theoretically,
So goth, that's
like-
kind of like an aesthetic, but it's kind of a lifestyle.
yeah, exactly.
I don't
And
know. Like with that,
so
since there's a tradition of it that's not kink, it's just tradition.
yeah, more or less.
And this is also relating to what we were talking about before. The goth doesn't necessarily play with sanctity degradation, so that's another thing that one reason why you would want to exclude it. Also, like when Gray mentions music, why you would not want to include it is because it's not playing with that sanctity degradation at all, whether you're reinforcing it or violating it.
Okay, so aesthetic is not kink. No sanctity degradation. And then also what you were saying, what you did say in the conversation, because I'm not gonna. That is the what we're talking about now. Copy style. It's commentary. But then aesthetic is not kink, and then what this is kink is just being separate from tradition. Is kink because it's not tradition. Okay.
Like with kink, there's a lot of, especially with like BDSM, there's a lot of protocol that is unattractive to vanilla people who are just kind of tourists, because you have long discussions about like basically everything involves.
Okay, so why is the tourist tourist is also part of a I've only just, like when you've just become aware of a word, you start realizing people use it. I've seen somebody use tourist as well. I think even in the Rosales stream they were calling me a tourist because I'm a normie. So like I'm a tourist of the comic book movies. I'm not a real fan. So is that what a tourist is in this context?
Similar. I wasn't necessarily trying to
in-group, out-group thing?
Yeah. Well, it's somebody who so a vanilla person who kind of just visits and is like, "Oh, this is interesting." Like they see 50 Shades of Grey. And then they're like, "Oh, I want to try this out." And they may or may not want to engage fully with all the expectations. So they want to have a scene, but they don't want to do all of the negotiations. They don't want to go through the checklist of what's okay, what's not okay. And then once they start doing all of that stuff, they just like, well, my interest is waning. I'm going to leave now, kind of thing.
So they just don't do it properly.
Right. Well, yeah, they don't want to do it properly. They're just kind of like they're kind of like the difference between like a resident and like a tourist on
Okay.
vacation,
Yeah.
right? They want to do all the
Yeah.
fun
Okay.
things in
That's the
that
idea.
area, but they don't want to like live there and do all of like get a job and
Okay. Not doing it properly. Doing it properly.
because properly
Just
it's more of a side effect, right?
yeah, because when you're doing this regularly, there are needs. It becomes necessary to do these certain things. It becomes necessary to have the safe word, to establish these things, to all of that. It becomes necessary. There's a reason those things exist. They came about, they developed in the community, like different kinds of the way that everybody frames consent and all of those definitions that are in that glossary video, which I'll link in the description. The all of the stuff that's in that glossary, I suppose that comes about from being in the community, and then if you're a tourist, I suppose you don't. What tourists do is they don't really they
They don't
don't
observe
engage in
customs.
they don't observe customs, yeah, so they kind of just do the bare minimum. They're like, okay, here's the whip, that's it, like, okay, so so there is purism in every bit of hobby, as when it comes back down to the vanilla term. It's like, it's okay, the purist is the comic book purist or whatever is going to call the other people normie. And I'm a tourist because I don't read the comic books, but I'm interested. That doesn't mean that, again, that doesn't mean that
I
my,
think it's unfair. I just wanted to say that. I think that's
yeah.
unfair to call you a tourist. I think that if you were to part of the also okay, part of what makes somebody a tourist is that they're interested in kind of the iconography, or they're interested in
Mhm.
like one single thing. And the point of it also is that they are, once they fully engage with the thing, they become disinterested, or they
Uh,
refuse to
it's
engage
not a
with.
deep interest.
Yeah, when it's like, they read one issue, right? And then the next issue comes
Mm-hmm.
out and everyone's expecting to talk about that. And they're like, I'm not really interested in that, like, and like going through all of the list of the comics, and they're like, oh, no, no, thank you. No, thank you. Or like signing up for, like, your weekly or monthly polls, and stuff. And yeah,
There we go. Kitty is a passionate tourist. Oh, is that what I am, Nico? I have more questions than most tourists, I suppose. But I would say I am I'm not even a tourist. I'm reading about it.
you're an anthropologist.
Yeah, anthropologist. There we go. It's more like I'm not visiting. I'm looking. Just look. I'm watching. Um, Although I mean, when I saw the dungeon, you saw my reaction. I was so, ooh, that's not like I haven't seen that before. But the thing is, it's like, it's just so bizarre to me. Like, I wouldn't. That's not a place that I would. It would be a joke for me, And I think that that's unfair
Yeah,
on,
yeah, exactly.
you know.
If you were to like
Yeah,
go up, like up on the cross, or on a saddle, it would
yeah.
be
It would.
about, yeah, it would be
Yeah,
about like
I
posing, taking a picture, moving on.
exactly. It would be the touristy thing of, look, I saw the thing, and not like I have an actual need to be in a scene and to do, and this sort of like, no. And I think it's very important for everybody to respect both sides, but it's very easy when you're trying to say, but this is so much fun, just come and join our D&D, okay, just join, it's fun. It's like, no, I'm fine, I'm not interested. um I suppose that's kind of like me trying to ask Gordon to join a think. He's not going to have a think.
Yeah,
He's not going
no.
to speak to a whole bunch of people. He has to be in a very certain mood to have an in-depth discussion with people, and he's not going to do that on the regular, scheduled, with topics. He's
I
going to
think
just
she does plug merchandise. She does have some stuff. I don't know though.
she had a sponsor, but I on the video that I will put in the description. I think it was a spawn. What was it? No, was it her or was it Amala who I was? Oh, God, I watched like 3 videos today. One
Those
day
are
he
two
will
different,
join
very
us.
content creators. Two very
Yeah.
different content
Dude,
creators.
I was watching. I had a couple. I did my homework video and then it was during when I was cooking dinner. I think I watched Amala. Okay. One day he will join us. One day. Otherwise he'll just burp and fart, and that's his contribution.
The contract between the two people.
My kink is constantly being treated as a member of an out group. I've been well cared for by 90% of the people I've met in my life, and I will likely continue to be for the rest of my life. Oh.
So, there is abandonment play for
Abandonment play.
Yeah.
Oh, there is a type of thing. Do kink tourists get to have dildos souvenirs? They get like silly chains or like the
If they
furry
if they get it from
handcuffs.
the gift shop, yeah, sure,
Yeah,
totally.
probably the most insightful input. Actually, one day we'll join. What, the fart? Yes, the farts are very insightful. But you know the what you call it, the noise cancelling takes away from the fart noises. I'm sorry, you guys don't get to experience them in all their glory.
You're going to be going over everything in detail, and it's very non-sexy. It's very non.
Okay.
I mean, okay, so it can be though. I mean, if that's
No,
how
I got-
it's finished, it's
okay,
going
so
over that kind of stuff.
I
But
think we've got an
generally it's not.
understanding.
Jams, chair.
I think we've got an understanding on what it means.
I think you got it
for you.
fixed though. I haven't
Ray,
heard
I think
in a
let's go
while.
around.
Okay, yeah.
Like, Ray?
I basically just thought it was synonymous with fetish. I just thought it was, you have certain kinks, but maybe it's not like a full-blown fetish, but it was in that same genre. So I don't know.
Like a fantasy
but
type thing.
maybe I'm a vanilla tourist.
Yeah.
So that definitely could be there. Yeah, I didn't think about all the like libertarian aspects, the contracts that go into BDSM. So definitely a tourist there. But yeah.
Yeah, so I guess that's what tourists are. We don't really think too much about the details.
I don't know. I guess it just seems weird, but I hadn't
Oh,
quite.
hey.
I was listening back to the previous one,
vanilla,
the Leather Daddies one.
You might
Do you have any questions for me as vanilla?
No, I don't have. Yeah, no. With no, but like, okay, so I'm bringing up. I think we're gonna bring up in a little bit concept of different types of collars. So those things called day collars. And you can try and spot those. Oh well,
really?
maybe you wouldn't. Yeah,
maybe I would see some here because you can't.
Maybe you can't. Yeah, exactly.
For real.
Right. So
is this a daytime collar? My wedding ring.
Yeah, with what is it? The point is that they're stealth, right?
Another reason it doesn't suit me. I'm not a
So sometimes they look like chokers, but sometimes they look more like necklaces. Sometimes they look like bracelets. Sometimes they look like other things like anklets or whatever kind of thing. But the point is like it's a people watching kind of exercise where you could try and look to see if like, is that a necklace or is that a day collar? Is that a bracelet or is that a day collar? Kind of thing. Here.
His eyes are now unbreaded to the libertarian aspects of kink. Marriage kinks degenerates are getting out of hand, proudly wearing their shame. Yeah, well, Gordon got cock blocked by his wedding ring on Friday. I mean on Saturday, because the chick came up to him and was saying he's cute, and then he went like this, and he actually hadn't said anything yet, but she saw his ring, and she was like, and she just walked away from him.
Okay, and so that actually is the point of a collar of protection.
It's for other doms not to take your sub.
No, specifically like a fake wedding ring.
Okay. Oh, it's just decided upon.
You put it on so that like subs don't like
what? So wait, but what's the purpose of a collar? Tell us.
Well, no, like a collar of protection, right? So like, let's say here, like you're a submissive and like you're engaging with the community, and you've got like every community kind of have like overly aggressive people or sex pests. Sometimes they're called, right, where they're like hassling people, right? And so
Yeah.
sometimes a sub won't want to deal with that, so they will wear a collar of protection. And the point is that like it's imitating that they've been claimed. And sometimes even though like you'll see like so and so is under the protection of such and such dom, so like they're not practicing with that dom, but they are
Mm.
like under their protection. So they have like a collar of protection to like so that they can engage with the community without being hassled.
Okay. That's cool. I like that. That's available to some people. But
Yeah.
I guess the pests that's unfortunate. But
It's probably
it's
also
probably
yeah. It's probably
it's
also
gonna
going out of fashion. It's
oh
it's going
because it's
away.
too
No,
why? Because it's too patriarchal.
No, because a lot of as kink is getting bigger, it's becoming more mainstream. There's more and more and more people coming into it, and we're losing our institutions.
Oh, that sucks. So wait, now that doesn't make sense. Like, if it becomes too mainstream, will it not? Will the sanctity come back to it?
That's
Would
that
it need to go
exactly. Yeah,
harder?
no,
It would
that
need to
is
be
actually
more
one
and
of
more extreme.
that actually makes my that's one of the reasons why I don't want kink at Pride is because I don't want to normalize it
Yeah, kink
because
is supposed to be outside of the norm.
yeah, I don't want to normalize it. So I feel like doing that kind of thing will lead to that, and we'll lose all of we'll be overrun essentially by new people because okay, you already have this with like comic books and geek culture is that there's so many normies and so many people that are new that with
Um,
strong opinions that they end up saying what things are and what things aren't, and they end up dominating the
Gatekeeping
conversation.
is a thing. Yeah, I suppose we had the same sort of experience with rock festivals in South Africa. It was just for rock people, people that enjoyed rock music, people that enjoyed metal, all of the sort of alternative music. And then all of a sudden they did this one where some sort of DJs or whatever were around. And then all of a sudden, a lot of jocks started coming to these festivals. And you would see all the fights would break out. There would just be more fights because there's more jocks. And like that whole thing, again, it's in group, out group thing of there was no, the vibe of these festivals changed. We stopped going to them because that's what happened. This kind of, this, a certain kind of person started infiltrating and it just wasn't fun anymore. So I
Yeah.
guess it can happen with any sort of
Right.
ident
And so
and
yeah. And so another thing with it is that okay, you're also expected to not like pull people into your kink, right? So like somebody who's engaged in like age play, right? So they pretend like maybe they're 5 or something.
Mhm.
And so and you like they've got like a sippy cup or something, right? And so like you're trying to get like if you're like trying to get other people to like rope people into it. So getting people to um that is a strangely enough that is a taboo that is not to be violated. You're not supposed to do that. It's really out of bounds behavior, right?
Hmm.
You're supposed to respect that, like people. It's not the okay, yeah. Sorry. It's not the norm to engage with other people's kinks, or yeah, and so you don't want
There's a lot of
that could be a
etiquette
problem.
that
Yeah,
is
there's
involved here.
right. There's an etiquette. And so you don't want that kind of institution, that kind of idea going away. same thing with what do you call it? With learning. Learning and growth are big ideas, like positivity, growth, not lol. That's what she said, but like actual growth. And it is my fear that as it becomes more normal, we'll lose our institutions, we'll lose that idea, we'll lose the positive, all the positive aspects, and it'll just be a free-for-all, and whatever, and we'll lose like negotiations, we'll lose the strong ideas of consent.
It will be mutated. Yeah. Like so yeah, it's consent is like central. It's really it could be there is a fear.
And like there's what is it? So there's like pet play, right? Where you're like in the same way that you might, like with age play, you might pretend to be 5, you might pretend to be a dog. Like, and so that's actually what Evie is. She's a pet player. She's a puppy. And so what do you call it? Okay. So with pet players, there's a very strong taboo like that around bestiality, and someone made a community post, like a popular pet player made a community post that was like super sus about that. And so then just that alone was enough to basically excommunicate them from the entire community.
Good, yeah.
So
if like there are lines in and that's I think something especially like BDSM or anything that could be taken advantage of by the wrong kind of people. So it's important for that excommunicado sort of thing to happen. You do have to gatekeep your community. Otherwise, all of the positive things that you're trying to defend, the worst start to take it over. And I suppose that's what's happened with with LGBT now. It's just that a lot of that, like that's why they've tried to. They've become separate groups, like there is now the gays against groomers people, because they are trying to make themselves stand out. So I guess the only option for that sort of thing is to say we are this, we are not what those people are, and that's the only way that you can really overcome that sort of thing is gatekeeping. So
yeah,
interesting.
The point is that like you don't gatekeep admission, but you gatekeep change. You gatekeep the institution.
Yeah, it's what the principles upon which everything is based. You don't compromise those.
Yeah.
Like that whole, like, I mean, it's like it's like if somebody came and just decided to get rid of the whole consent thing, that is very much not part that's so integral. You can't pretend it's now the same. It's the same concept. You can't pretend, because now I suppose you would get people that are like, oh, BDSM is just abuse, right? You get those. I'm sure there's those people. Okay, so there's those people that it's just abuse and just you're trying to make abuse normal. That would be something that I would expect the normal, and I say normal as in like
vanilla,
the vanilla kinksters to because then within your kinksters there's going to be the ones that practice but they practice them.
Oh, I see. I get what you're saying now.
Anyway, okay, let's continue. Sorry.
I guess that was the
I mean, there's clips on
there. Yeah, I was actually clipping that one myself. I just had such But yeah, I guess I had a much narrower definition. It was basically, it's like a subset of fetishes, but maybe not full blown, but along the same lines. But yeah, I guess I'd be open to this. I guess I just still don't see quite the distinction.
Okay, so Grace, or for me, I didn't think of fetish as of kink as subset of fetish. I just feel like, oh, they both involve sex. I didn't have both of those. I didn't think of them in the structural way. One could be they were different things. They weren't related to each other. Well, they related to each other, but they weren't based upon each other. So for Gray, it seems that kink is a subset of fetish. Okay, because that's what you said.
And it had a much narrower definition. It was basically, it's like a subset of fetishes, but maybe not full blown, but along the same lines. But yeah, I guess I'd be open to this. I guess I just still don't see quite the distinction between like just a lifestyle and it, other than tradition. So I don't know.
Well, I think it has to do with proximity as
I
well.
understand what you're saying. I think it's just the distinction, but I'm not
Right.
quite sure.
Well, no, I was
Fucking
just gonna say,
jab.
also it's kind of a what do you call it? A proximity thing too, since you're not close to it at all. There's not a meaningful distinction. There's no utility there. But if
Fair
when you're
I think
investigating
Jeff's,
it with
mic's working this time because the
Yes.
share. So that's awesome.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Well,
You hear the chair and all
never-
that's
we can
blurry.
hear you this time.
you never got that WD-40 apparently.
It's on its way.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll get it soon.
Yeah, I
So
will.
going in the clock, that would be Miss 17. Miss 17.
Miss 1776.
Yes.
I do need to check that everybody has. Yeah, guys, continue. I'm just going to make sure that you guys can have your name to find that.
I didn't know that because we had definitions up, people's names disappeared.
I mean, I kind of just looked up these definitions real quick, and they just kind of seem to sum it up pretty easy and nice. It's for kink, bizarre and unconventional sexual preference or behavior, and then fetish, which that was my kind of understanding, which is
Okay, so for her definition, which is it's the vanilla definition, which is the one that you would get when you Google, it is bizarre sexual. So it did involve, the word kink did involve sex. So pimple popping, for me at least, some people, I don't know, but for me would not be a kink by the vanilla standard. But by the Kinkster standard, it isn't, it's still a kink. Because a kink doesn't have to be sexual. Am I correct? Am I understanding it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think. Well, say it again. Sorry.
Okay, so a kink to a vanilla person is sexual, right? So I would not call pimple popping a kink.
Yeah. No,
Okay?
you wouldn't. Yeah, because it's not
But you
violating it.
would.
It's not violating a tattoo. It's a cleanliness thing. It's not a sanctity degradation thing.
Yeah, it's not about that. It's not about degradation. It's not about but also it's not even that. It's not.
Well, see, and that's why it can
not
be though, because
sexual-
sometimes
it's
it
not
is.
sexual
It is about.
gratification, but it's
Well,
not
no, but
sexual
even when it's
gratification.
not, it could be somebody's fetish, right? Like in the same way that a foot thing could be somebody's fetish without relating to sanctity degradation, but it could also be somebody's kink because they're like the cleanliness, like keeping the body or whatever clean. Could be
but the
it
feelings
could involve a
involved
ritual.
here.
It could be a ritual because that's another thing about kink is that all
Okay.
the rituals.
So yeah, for you, so first, I keep going back into my vanilla version of kink. So again, okay, so for you, for what kink is, it's a need. No, the fetish thing was about a need, right? The kink is, it's just about something it's bizarre, but you find it pleasurable. It doesn't matter what kind of pleasure it is. Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. I saw C. Paffy there. Got a little distracted. He was saying that cleanliness is sanctity, but that's not necessarily true. It can be a hygiene thing without being a sanctity thing.
So wait, oh yeah, we are measuring this now when you were talking about the degradation and sanctity thing, right? That is that what kink is? Does kink necessarily have to have degradation?
No, not necessarily degradation.
BDSM.
That's what I was saying. Like, some people like them, especially if like if you have like what do you call it, devotion, right?
Mm-hmm.
sometimes your submission is an expression of your devotion, so that would be like reinforcing sanctity.
Mhm.
That's why I noticed like a contradiction after I came up with that explanation about violating.
Mhm.
Because sometimes it
So,
is about violating. Sometimes it's about reinforcing. Like like the
but
submission is like you feel a sense of sanctity by treating your dom with reverence.
but are we with this version of the sanctity thing? Are we saying for it to be a kink, there needs to be so BDSM is a kink?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
An example, a kink. Okay. A kink. Okay, and it is involves sanctity for different reasons, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to spell.
Yeah, me neither. I just right click.
Great. It doesn't. It doesn't work for me. Like, look. Okay.
Here,
Try.
I'll grab it.
See, I can't even right click and find the right spelling. It's like, oh, you spelled this wrong. Fuck you. Not telling you how. Asshole.
Degradation. No E at the end of grade.
Oh, there we go. Degradation. Yeah. Okay. That's not what I wanted to press. Thank you. Degradation involves sanctity degradation for a variety of reasons.
Yeah.
Variety of purposes.
For a variety of ends, yeah.
Okay. Or in a variety of configurations. Okay. Like you do this because of this. It doesn't really matter, but it is a kink, right? But then again, a kink by Kinkster definition. By Kinkster definition, and a kink by vanilla definition as well.
Right. See, Paffy, I didn't say that devotion is sanctity. I'm saying that there's a link between devotion and sanctity on an individual basis.
Okay, let's go back.
I didn't say it was under that umbrella. I said there's a link between the two. Devotion is an authority subversion under that moral foundation. But there's a link between the two.
Okay.
A form of sexual desire and gratification is strongly linked to a particular object or activity or a part of the body other than the sexual organ. So, like when people get like foot fetishes or.
Okay, so I'm gonna write, because that's the vanilla definition. It's better. It's also better service, sexual feeling, non-standard target, which is what you said as well. Not sexual gratification from not from sexual organs. Okay, which is the non-standard.
Yeah.
And a weird with like those people who get like all like hot and bothered by balloons. You know what I mean? Which you're like sitting there going, wait, what? So.
Yeah, so that was kind of my understanding as well. That's a much more eloquent way of saying it. But yeah, that was kind of how I saw it. Like kink was kind of a subset of fetish, and fetish seemed a bit bigger. But yeah, your definition is much more thorough. I like that.
I cheated, so yeah. I'm sorry, I don't know the person who's to the left, right?
Dorcas, sorry guys, I didn't spend enough time introducing everybody. I was just like, hey, it's Miss 1776, woo! Yeah, I don't know why it's not showing your guys' name.
We know why now.
But yes,
wait.
the face is Optimus Dorcas.
Oh, right on.
Optimus Dorcas. Let's do so loud. See if it. No, I think maybe it's because my banner is up. This banner.
There you go.
Yeah. Cool. What did Item Wizard miss? We were just talking about everybody's definition of kink and.
Look how much you miss, Item Wizard. It's like you asked us this stream.
Fetish, and we're gonna go.
I'm glad that you asked.
Go into Optimus's one now.
It's not a topic I've thought tremendously deeply on in the past.
We know you're lying.
Obviously.
Tourist.
I have a very sordid past. I'm inclined to think that they are connected at the very least in some ways. When I briefly checked out the video in 2x
Just casually grooming myself.
speed for a little while the other day before this stream to pretend I did some research. And
Dorcas always does research. Dorcas is good.
when I saw that there was an attempt at some sort of distinction, I tried to imagine what a non-sexual kink might manifest as, and the scenario I imagined was something to the effect of a dominant personality and a submissive personality.
Sorry, just what Artem said here. Yes. I groom myself.
Going out to dinner and the dominant personality ordering for the submissive personality. And I asked myself if there was anything inherently sexual about that. And I haven't really come to much of a conclusion on the matter, because when I'm inclined to say no, there's nothing sexual about ordering food for your partner.
Okay, so I just want to write an example here of Optimus's thing is example of BDSM that isn't sexual. Okay, and then it's ordering food for submissive. Not inherently sexual. Well, like not. Is there anything sexual about it? Unsure if there's anything sexual about it. But it's the But that's because it's basically the root of it. That's the thing.
Yeah.
The whole reason that they would get into that contract, that whole power, what is it? Power exchange thing. That has a sexual context. Same thing, same reason. Let's repeat it. Okay, why you wouldn't do it with your mom?
Well,
this
okay, wait. Are you stating that, or are you saying that's what your perspective was?
It's the perspective of vanilla. Is like that's why it's
Yeah.
sexual. It's something.
Yeah.
Whereas again, it's such a weird, hard line to draw. It's for somebody who is in the BDSM thing. It's not that simple.
It's a different world.
Not that black and white.
Honestly.
It's a different world. So it's like just because you wouldn't do that with your mom doesn't make it sexual to you. What counts as sexual to you is different when you are a kinkster. It seems like that's what we're. I'm just keep.
Also,
hitting my head against.
Also, why it's completely normal to think that like oral sex isn't sexual.
What? What's not sexual?
Well, no, it comes up at the end, and you're like, wait a minute, you're crazy.
Yeah. Orange sex isn't sexual. Sorry, Trump. Wait, oral sex isn't sexual. Oh, yeah. Why is that? Is that a thing?
Yeah. She brings it up at the end, and you're like, and you guys are like, in this, it's in this stream.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I do remember that. I don't get. Yeah, it's sex though, so there's really no way. But again, that is a very prevalent example of. That's actually a great example. It's like it illustrates it completely. That whoa, that is totally sex. That is it's in the name, but that is because my standpoint is different to the standpoint of hers. And hey, nothing is going to, like I've said, like I think you've taught me a lot, and those EV videos or whatever taught me a lot. But I think if I was going to get into that sort of thing, I would have by now. Would have been a kinkster by now.
Right, yeah.
I don't think. I don't think anyone's convincing anyone here. I think it should just be more of for me, it's just more of understanding. Like I want to understand.
Sure.
And but then every time we get to something that's so different, I'm like, what? How? It's so different. Like honestly, I don't see how it blows my mind. But there's nothing wrong as long as you're not running around expecting
Well, yeah, like what we were
people to
saying, yeah, other
change.
people,
Yeah, like
right?
other people's other people's kinks. Or other people's lack of
Your
kink.
kink is your kink is not
Yeah.
my kink, but your kink is okay,
Yes,
including no
exactly.
kinks.
Including no kinks. Yeah. It's a culture shock. That's exactly it, Item. It's a culture shock. It's kind of like what? Whoa. So yeah, but just as the person that is submissive is the one who gets to say or who would say the safe word, right? Just as that person is the safe word person, the person with the least kinks is the one that draws the line. So, and that's just I don't know, isn't that's just the way it works because of care harm? Like who does it harm more? If you force your kink upon somebody else, or if you know, or if you go and do your kink here and you do your kink here. Like,
oh gosh, yeah, and it's not in this one, but or in the one that you watched, the glossary one, but there's another one about like daily activities for pet players. And she she begs in the video, she's like, don't go out with your collar and start freaking out the vanilla people. Don't
just leave them alone.
just leave them alone.
I think it's because it's something that she did say in the glossary term thing of the vanilla, and it's like people that just got into kink are like, I'm a kinkster now, and all the vanilla people are so lame and all of that. So it's like just that's what the community's for. You use your community. It seems like it is very welcoming, and like you said, it gatekeeps based on certain principles, but you are definitely allowed to. A lot of people are allowed to enter, basically. So, that's the whole point.
Yeah,
is to be free.
Situation comes with the agreement, the imagined agreement.
It is sexual. It is sexual.
Yeah, that you're doing it because you. Yeah. So
there's the underlying like sexual thing that's driving it.
Right. So the argument didn't really sit well with me, which is why I didn't come to some sort of like determined conclusion. So I'm if you want to separate them, fine, I guess, but I'm inclined to think that
we don't need to go back, but about the ordering for dinner. It also relates to the what do you call it? To like what's going on with you, for your motivations. Like I was talking about, like there's different types of submissives. They have different goals. They have different like objectives. Somebody might want to be degraded. Somebody might want to there are some submissives that like they basically they want to be put on a pedestal. That's like kind of your princess archetype.
Oh yeah, like you're submissive, but you're still yeah, it doesn't. It's not as black and white of okay, cool. I just do what you tell me. It's like no, it's because I'm a princess. Yeah.
Yeah. And so like the action of ordering doesn't necessarily change, but like the ideas and why you're doing it, what you're getting out of it, can change drastically. So like his example, I was just like, I didn't want to interrupt him, but I was just like, this is actually confusing the issue, not helping it. And I didn't have the words at the time to really point out what I just said there, which is why I also didn't say anything.
No, I don't think it muddies it too much. It's just again it doesn't matter. I think
because
it really is because all of our definitions from the get-go, our definitions were different. So it actually should have just been about how different each of our definitions are, not trying to convince each other of each other's definitions. Because that's why if the beginning of our stream now was, I said, what if our definitions are different? And our definitions are different. So there's nothing really like these things are very much, these are very highly actually Forful said something about the Nick and Stitch and Adam stream, and he was saying how he commented on how I was very surprised at the difference between a political chat and versus how people spoke in a trial chat.
Yeah.
So when I was watching, and it's very much so that he's like the political is very much about your personal values and your personal lines and very integral parts of yourself that you're probably not going to budge on and you're probably going to be the most biased on, right? So this kind of thing here is a very personal thing. So it's not something that really, it's something that you can learn about, but it's something like, I suppose Adam would probably say it's an intuition you have. So if your intuition lies in a certain way, it's probably not going to change. But so what we could do in situations like that doesn't mean that we don't have a discussion. That means that we lay out the differences. So it just became a kind of, oh, my side is this, and then, well, my side is this, instead of, okay, well, that's so interesting. What is the how does we didn't go into the psychological mechanisms and things like that we could have gone into. It just became more like, well, this is my definition, this is my definition's the one, and my definition's the one. And it's like, no, actually, so nobody's going to convince anybody. So what should we do with it? What happens? What should we do? And I think thinkers, I think thinkers should be a thing of, okay, well, this is where we disagree. Let's talk about it. So I think we need to try have that in mind. I know we're not perfect. It's not going to happen like that all the time. But that's kind of how we should try to. I wish we went with this. And I was part of that. Because it's this big thing, like, oh, I feel threatened now. Like, what is my sex life not exciting enough? Like with my husband, because I'm vanilla now. Am I just not cool enough? That sort of thing. Am I supposed to be a certain way for me to be cool? And it's like, no, you should, like I said earlier, it makes me just go, oh, well, this is what it's like, feeling around for your boundaries. I think it's important to talk about these things so that you can figure out where they are. And what I hope you take from it is, yeah, I'm totally kinky, and there's nothing wrong with that. I know I'm repeating myself.
They are connected, and
it was a great look at him there. Oh yeah. Freeze frame of gray.
Well, I don't think there's any substantial difference between the two.
I don't think so either.
But then from there, what do? We just continue talking about how there's no substantial difference between the two, instead of.
It's not enough to where you're only making distinctions without difference.
So before we move to chat,
that's more or less where I'm.
That way you are.
That they are.
We're like giving her things.
Jumping the gun.
Basically, I'm trying to explain that I was trying to be good faith, but I think they're connected. And
well, okay, so you've got let me just propose some things to the group. Okay, so you got a 24-hour or a 24/7 power exchange relationship, and you're living your life. This is we're talking about outside of the dungeon, outside of the bedroom, and the relationship persists. What do you call that? Is that sexual? Is it inherently sexual?
Sorry, say that again.
Is it inherently sexual?
With with that right there. The point I was trying to make there was it's bigger, right? So you're doing especially a 24/7 power exchange relationship. There's all this other stuff related to I think Dorcas actually mentions this about there's things to maintain that aren't that aren't sexual, but you're the goal is to maintain
the sexuality of whatever's going on, and there is some of that, but like my point was not necessarily to say that again, to change minds, but like it's so much bigger, and it just felt like everyone's definition of what's going on is just so limited. And so
I
like
think
there's this like
yeah.
there's this huge like or there's huge expanse of human emotion and experience that is going on in relation to like a 24/7 dynamic. And if you're just saying, "Oh, it's all sexual," then you're missing out on what's going on. Not that you
Yeah,
want it for yourself, but you're just missing out what's going on.
yeah, it's a lot more complex than just that. But if we're going from drawing like lines, because when it comes to sex, there's always some sort of like we're talking about the purity thing. Like I'm just keep thinking of like like if you have just water and then it's just tinged with a bit of food coloring. You know, it is no longer just water. You know what I'm saying? So
If you got
so
some Mio
that's
in there,
yeah, like that's sort it's got something in there. You know, it's not just water anymore, and that makes it that 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 makes it go over the line. So, but the point is, it might still taste like water. It might not taste like water anymore. It might look like water. You know, like I'm trying to say, like because it's a purity thing, it's going to be extreme. So, as much as there are all of those things that you're missing discussing, which is important to talk about, I think that's something to learn about. But it's like you said from that when we first spoke after of it was it's inherently sexual for me. So all of that stuff, I have to go over that hurdle of sexuality before I get into any of that bit. So
Sure.
any of that stuff I have. So that's like I said, there is a certain kind of person that this works for because their brain works it fits into it. So for me, the first hurdle would be that sexual hurdle. So it doesn't the line is sex. So whatever comes after there, it doesn't really matter. It's but it's important. What you I think what you wanted was to explain that there is a lot more to it, even though that is some
there's
that's a
a
part of it.
common there's a part of it that's definitely a part of it. And if
Mhm.
somebody was going to say that, I mean, for some people, it's not a part of it at all, and that's part of what I wanted to say. But
Mhm.
but it's a like but that is for people who don't experience it at, the sexuality at all, where it's not part of it at all. That is going to be your minority / extreme minority,
Mm.
and there's going to be at least some sexuality in most of it.
Yeah.
Like so for most people, so like there is this common thread in there, and I understand why people see it that way.
Yeah,
My point is
and
just that common thread isn't like, just because it's present doesn't mean it's the focus, and doesn't
it
mean
doesn't
that
mean
it's
it's all that you get from it.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Both those things.
Which is but at the same time, I think we have already gone over it, but I think just reminder that it was like you wouldn't want these two communities to split up. You wouldn't want there to be a non-sexual BDSM because it's that they just go together. It's
Yeah,
a very
exactly.
small minority that would actually land up not being sexual. It's just it's a
Yeah.
sexual thing. So the argument here is kind of what does inherently sexual mean? So it was again not really understanding because inherently sexual means boom, it's it's inherently sexual, therefore sex. But if you look at it more nuanced, there are people that don't there are non-sexual aspects to it that people find gratifying, but it has a sexual context, and that I think you still ascribe to, because it's like, well, yeah, it's still inappropriate for children. So I think we actually line up on that.
Mostly.
I-
I mean, there's probably if we could spend another hour or two going over that line. But let's just move on.
Okay.
I was distracted by something else. Sorry.
I'm gonna throw out a belief statement, not necessarily saying I believe it, but just I want to hear what it sounds like. Not everything that is sexual is about climax.
Yeah, about the act, I suppose. Yes.
Therefore, it could be.
Mm.
Just throwing that out as a response.
I guess what we define as like
fair enough.
Sexual is going to be it's going to be some level of like gratification, like subjective emotional gratification. So it's very hard to kind of draw hard lines about what is or isn't sexual. But I think that we can.
Okay. Let me contrast that with like a vanilla marriage, right? You've got, your life outside of the bedroom.
Andrew knows all the terminology.
Yeah, I think yeah, guys. I don't want it
So
to be
we're
like
not talking about a
a
family
gang
group,
up on
just
and Catherine thing.
No,
But,
it's just, I'm not being like serious. I'm not harshly criticizing. Like, it's a funny discussion. It's not a topic.
Yeah, it's.
Well, it says people think ASMR is sexual and they're only watching the ear eating cleavage videos, when there is people doing amazing role play and making paper airplanes with whatnot out there. Yeah, that's actually that's why I didn't really understand that people call the earwax videos and the pimple popping videos ASMR. It's the same. It produces the same sort of feeling, and it relaxes people. And so saying that ASMR is just sexual, that was the only clarifying thing that I could really try to get
That was
into
your entry
Andrew's.
point.
That was that was my trying to get into your shoes kind of thing. That what it must feel like is like, I'm busy. I've told people now I like to watch these cleaning things, and they're now telling me that I am kinky and all aroused by this sort of stuff, and it's like, no, I'm not. I'm really not. And that's the kind of feeling where, okay, for me, my thing is, no, it is not sexual. Okay, so that's really what I'm trying to tell you, is that it's not sexual. But I suppose what you're saying is it's not just sex. It's not just about sex. It's a lot more than that.
Yeah.
So it's
Well, I guess the phrase that inherent might be also a little I want to say confusing, because of but or it has utility, it definitely does. But what I was going to say is that the idea that I'm fighting against is the always and the inseparability concept, right? It's not always sexual, and it's not inseparable from sex.
So it's a kind of like
that's why
it's
because
so
I know that to be true.
It's not so it's not inseparable, but it's not all. So it's very far removed. It's somewhere there, but it's like imperceptible. So, it has a basis. Is that like, because you did bring up initially gender and sex?
Yeah.
That they are actually inseparable, but
there is a link.
But there is a link, but they are two separate things.
Yeah.
They're separate but related things.
Yeah.
So I guess I understand that that's why you brought that up, because I understood that kind of thing of that they're linked. But then if we're going to go by this
which is another
very
reason why
black and white thing. Hey? Yeah, there's another reason no kids, yeah. But that's, if we're going by the black and white thing, it's like, well, the link is there and that's it. But that shouldn't color your perception of the depth of these experiences that people have. It should, that doesn't bar fascination or learning. It shouldn't.
Oh no, you've made an enemy.
What happened? Oh, I hate I Lord Cameron. There are boundaries that can be crossed now, and they are
No,
near enough
above.
by one. What? What?
Above that.
Thanks. I hate ASMR. That part.
Yeah.
Oh well.
You've made him a ASMR now.
I'm sorry. No, you're just gonna find better ASMR now. Because the stupid whispering ASMR can get in the sea, honestly. It makes me go, "Ugh." I can't handle it. It's like chalk nails on a chalkboard for me.
Yeah.
You know, like they do that in I think it's The Grudge or something. They make like a really
Oh,
shitty
sure.
noise. Yeah, that's the kind of thing. Like you so for some people whispers are calming. For me it's a scary thing. It's like what the fuck is
Got it. Yeah.
Anyway.
Let's move on.
Cool.
Yes. You know,
I
we
was
won't- we won't-
also
we won't-
sort of
we
I
won't
was also
gang
sort
bang,
of
I'm sorry, gang up on Andrew.
Very nicely done.
Yeah, no, very topical.
Very nicely done. So I guess I'm also on the same. I'm also kind of it's very laugh. I don't want you holding back here, hey? You bring it up.
Yeah. What was funny?
Leading him on the leash outside.
Oh, she means because she's laughing at if you're leading him around on the leash. This part, where is it? If you're still leading them
Cameron.
around on a leash outside your bedroom, something is going on. Yeah, so I mean, it is.
That's just
I think
normal.
it's what is happening for us is this origin of this contract is rooted in sex, and in sexual attraction and sexual gratification, and having a sexual reaction to being dominated. That is what is making any subsequent, seemingly not sexual, as in visibly sexual thing. That makes it very hard for us to separate from kink. Right?
Because some
kink and
people
fetish
have
at the
that
moment are the same.
experience. It doesn't mean everyone does, but apparently. Oh, I was just gonna say, because some people have that experience, it makes it harder to understand the people who don't. Kind of like with ASMR, like your ASMR, because some people experience it sexually, they don't get you.
Yeah. They don't get it. It's unfortunate. The only thing I can do is explain it, and like I've explained, like also I've looked it up and seen why is that something that what are the theories behind it, and it's kind of that's where that cleanliness thing comes from, and that sort of thing.
I get it.
But but also like it is something that it's okay if I don't have. Also, it actually it can tend towards disorder, because skin picking and things like that,
Sure.
are like I've had skin, like I actually for a long time I do play with my hair a lot, but I would have pimples on my scalp because I would not leave my hair alone because of nervous tension. Just that I would always just, if you spoke to me, I would be going like this. Like I actually had to tell people in my life to stop me from putting my hand in my hair, because I would sit with my hand there and I would scratch and I would pull my hair out and things like that. So that tends towards that sort of thing, that sort of drive, that relief or whatever, that can be disordered. So that does, like, this isn't a thing that I would say is healthy. It's harmless if it's just applied elsewhere. But like, if I have that need to scratch at my head or something like that, that's a problem.
For the video.
I think we are. But I do want to see what Item Wizards asked here. Does kink require people actively accepting that they're attracted to said kink? Just curious, because I know people are attracted to things they refuse to recognize.
So here, I suppose people would want me to just, dissociation is my kink. You can't hold me accountable.
I don't think it necessarily
because
would.
there's lots of ace people in the kink community. So
what's asexual?
And could you not?
That was
participate in
something that
it would
confused.
still be the thing.
I love that.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's a like what we would call
What
like
did
sexual,
Bray
or what we would
say?
call like sexualized is like a feeling of.
That's the way you said it.
And could you not?
That was
participate in
something that
and it would
confused.
still be the thing.
I didn't hear it.
And could you not?
That was
participate in
something that
Could you not? Can you not admit to something, therefore not be the thing? Doesn't
it would
confused.
still be.
So.
And could you not?
That was
participate in
something that
and it would
confused.
still be the thing.
Could you not
Okay.
participate in something and it would still be the thing?
Yeah.
I just thought it was so funny that he was just like stole the thing.
I
Right.
love that.
Yeah,
Did
well,
you
like
say
like I
Greg?
said, it's a like what we would call like sexual or what we would call like sexualized is like a feeling of gratification. You don't have to acknowledge that the feeling is there, but it's still there. You have to indulge. You don't have to indulge.
Well, okay,
in it.
so like that's why I mentioned catharsis and intimacy. I mean, those two things aren't necessarily sexual. Well, and they exist in vanilla
But
relationships.
now,
as well.
okay, but could you be in a BDSM relationship with a kid?
What? Wait. I mean, you would not be okay. So
Sorry,
you would
what?
not consider. You
If
would
it's
not.
not, yeah, if it's not
No,
sexual,
no,
then
no, no. Just like the live drawing class. Okay,
Mhm.
just like the live drawing class.
yeah,
I mean,
it's
I
still
would,
okay. So
it's still
yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yes.
yeah. It's
But okay, with a live drawing class, it's not sexual, but there is nudity. That
Right.
is yeah, it's nudity.
that's why
and
I was saying it's not.
and
I don't
nudity
think it's
is yeah,
right.
nudity.
You got yelled at. You were looking for food, but you got yelled at. I'm sorry. What the hell? Let's yell back.
is
Feed item.
inappropriate because socially that's not what we do, right? Would then BDSM also not be appropriate because it's something for adults? Why is it for adults?
I would yeah.
You see that
I
is
think
such a
I think
nuanced line that
no, I think that
it's still a line though. It's wobbly, but it's a line.
I think
Yeah.
I
yeah.
didn't answer it there, but I did. I think we did answer it earlier about
Yeah.
because it's also kind of like a activity that you could be ambivalent to. You don't have to be interested in it. And there's also the idea that like you're engaging with it like not on a sexual attraction, but on a like a devotion type thing, like like a certain type of masochist are people like devotion types where like they want to be hit so their partner would be a sadist and like so
Mhm.
like being hit is like giving them what they want, what they need. So they like being hit not because of the pain itself, but because they because what it does for their partner, and it's an act of devotion towards that person.
Okay, look, I'll let you hit me. Okay, it has nothing to. It's not there's no masochism there.
Like with the pain, yeah.
Yeah, it's something else. It's domination, but domination. It's devotion. Yeah, I can see what you mean.
Yeah.
It's a very complex thing. And I'm sure people that are even in the BDSM like community, there's so much for them to experience. There's so many different scenes and things. It must be quite overwhelming. That like, what do you even do? Jesus.
well, yeah. I think that there's plenty of activities and.
Too bad you live in. You're gonna have to visit some places
children
when you
that
come to
aren't-
America, just for
No.
anthropological reasons.
I've visited enough in my head. It's fine. I'm cool. I don't need it. I've seen the pictures there. I'm good. But I am more asking. I'm more asking. Could someone have a need to be hit but not want to admit they are masochistic?
Sure. I think that yeah, like people kind of deny. I mean, that kind of thing could be. I mean, I think it's self-evident that that's true. I don't know what you get out of that question/answer, but
Catherine taking Gordon on the anthropological tour since Kitty has been on there already. I'll just take Gordon, and then he comes home and he's like, "Let's do all of this stuff." And I'm like, "Oh fuck now, thanks, Andrew." Now
that'd be
that my
great.
husband, I'm devoted to my husband. Now I will let him do all of these things. Damn it.
Necessarily sexual. Even if
Live
they're
drawing is
connected,
sexual.
even if they No.
Yeah, I suppose it's sexual because that's nudity is sexual. That's why we don't allow it.
I mean, okay, it's like that's why I was talking about Sitch's law. I mean, it depends on exactly
Yeah.
how we're defining things. Because if we're using those definitions, I would consent to say yes. But I don't. I want to draw the distinction between like
It's like that.
because we have
I think
intimacy,
we addressed it
right?
here.
We have
CPAFI's definition, because that's more or less what you were talking about, or at least that's what I was perceiving, and that's what I was answering. And then we're like, okay, but we don't seem to be trying to talk about that kind of thing, because one, it's super easy to, it's a super low bar. Sorry, it's a super low bar, and we don't get much of anything out of answering that question, because it's like a binary, like I said, super low criteria, easily answered. And then we're like, okay, sure, yes, and then we that's it. That's the end of the discussion.
Yeah, there's not much more we can do with it.
Yeah. So that's why I wanted to kind of move on past that definition, because it's super. Yeah, I already said. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just logging food because Artem was talking about it, so I'm logging my dinner. Let's go.
It's kind of like you
and
do that
catharsis
with
and all of these other emotions.
What?
I was just gonna say, when Gray starts drinking an espresso, you're like, I'm gonna go make some coffee. That happens in this. So.
Is it really 0 calories? Damn. Okay.
All right.
And all these other kind of nuanced conversations inside the context of a vanilla marriage or like a boyfriend girlfriend courtship type thing,
right.
Where you wouldn't say that those things are inherently sexual.
But
I mean, like parenthood. Okay, so like parenthood, I thought about this actually. Parenthood isn't inherently sexual, even though outside of IVF, every child is created through sex.
Right.
Even so, parenthood though isn't sexual.
Right.
And marriage doesn't necessarily have to be sexual.
Right.
So
I would
say
argue
that,
it.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Gray. I'm kind of looking and going, well, I mean, that's kind of one of the big bennies right there. It's like,
Marriage,
Yeah,
as much
that's
as the joke
right.
is,
A lot of people.
as much as the joke
that's
is,
why. Yeah.
is
What was the joke? Because I missed that. I
Exactly.
talked over you.
The joke is like you get married and then you stop having sex.
Oh, okay.
Like because you're married, married people, you have sex and then that's the joke. It's like marriage is supposed to be sexless. Yeah.
Or marriage either.
Inherent. That's why I was like hanging it on that word. I'm not saying that it isn't. I'm not saying it's never. I'm not saying
okay, well,
and that's why
depends
why
your ideal
that's also why I was
of
saying
what marriage is.
Sorry, and that's also why I was also connecting it to like sex and gender, is that there is a link between the two, right?
Yeah.
And there are people who want to say that they are completely separate, which I would disagree with. That's why I linked the analogized this to that, where there is a link between like fetish and kink. There isn't, or even like kink and sexuality.
Daisy's really asking for love.
It's not inherent. It's not. There's lots of.
So why would you draw the distinction that like you shouldn't do it around children then if kink isn't like more related than that? It seems like it's more than like a tenuous relationship.
It's not arbitrary. It is a grain.
I keep doing this stuff like in this and this because it's just like it's visceral for me that I like because I'm irritated because the logic is not making me feel a different way. It's all about my feeling and I'm still feeling the thing. So that's why I keep going like because I keep like I can't my brain I can think a thing but it's just not how it's not letting my lines drawn. And I just it just doesn't and it's a very big bold line.
There's this like the same thing with sex and gender being linked. You can't take them apart. It's the same sort of thing that you can draw these lines and these shades of grey, but but they are still very mixed.
I thought it was good.
Okay.
And it's the same thing with marriage. Like so, yes.
Well, for a vanilla person, I suppose it's a common joke.
There could be a marriage between people that don't have sex, but there is a reason we say things to people. We say, "I like you as more than a friend." There's a difference between
well, not just like friends with a contract.
Yeah.
And
that kind of relates back to what you were saying, where there are some play partners that it's not a romantic, well, it's not a sexual thing. They are like somebody that you just go and work out with or something. Yeah,
Yeah.
so like boundary wise for me that would make like I would not want. It doesn't mean it's not just innocent play. So if Gordon went and said no, but it's not a sexual thing, and had a friend that he had scenes with, I would take that as infidelity, because that's not, for me, that is reserved for
Sure.
that is
Oh, hey, so
intimacy reserved for your partner.
Yeah. And here's a question, related. Okay, you say it's not sexual, but would you consider it cheating if if another woman cleaned Gordon's pimples or ears?
No.
Oh, really?
If no, like obviously it's if he went to, say, a dermatologist or something like that,
A doctor,
if
right?
yeah, or his mom, like if
Well,
his
like a
mom did that.
prostate exam isn't like
Yeah,
no one
no,
would,
no, but
but like
yeah, like, but or like
like
his
some
mom
girl
could
at work,
pop his
like
pimples.
she's like
Like, no, if some girl is touching his body, no, that's not okay. Like, why is another woman touching him? That just doesn't make sense.
oh, he's just got like a
Why is
really
she?
like it's like for some
Yeah,
reason he can't move his hands or whatever, and like or like it's on his neck and it's like
no.
super
That's
irritating.
very.
She's gotta
It's his.
she's gotta
It's his body. His body. I'm allowed, like, for the same reason he can't walk around in his underwear at the office. He can walk around in his underwear here, and arguably you guys have seen that. But the point is, there is intimacy between us that there's things that
it's
I'm
reserved.
allowed to see, and he is allowed to show me. Like, I as much as you are seeing the same amount of me in a bikini as he sees with me or with my underwear on, he's allowed to see the underwear. The world is not allowed to see the underwear. It would be inappropriate. So
Yeah.
there's literal boundaries there that they seem arbitrary, I suppose, but they are social, and they are, I suppose, depending, when it comes to a relationship, it depends, the person, the people negotiate those things. As much as it might not be as formal as a BDSM sort of thing, you do have boundaries. It's seems like the BDSM sort of stuff is just more formal, and
It's
it takes
very
it further.
formal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kids are gonna have nightmares about Gordon getting a prostate exam and burping uncontrollably. I'm gonna have nightmares about some blonde woman with red nails popping his pimples. Oh my god, I will lose it. I will lose it.
It's funny, like yeah, you start treating him like I can't believe you did that.
Yeah,
Like
no,
what?
I wake up in the middle of the night. He's done it before. There is that joke. I think it's some comedian where he wakes up and he looks at his wife and he goes, "Slut," and it's just like, I was just reading my book. What the fuck you? That is a no. It's inappropriate for that sort of touching to occur,
Mhm.
in our relationship. Which was also interesting. What the chat was talking about earlier was about cuddling.
Yeah.
That is so strange. Look at that, okay? I can cuddle with my niece or my nephew, okay? Because
Mhm.
they're children. I will cuddle them. I can
It's kind of the
cuddle them
opposite.
and
It's
hold.
the opposite
Yeah,
of BDSM.
yeah. So it's a what, like that
Well,
is, yes.
because you can.
It's the word. There's absolutely nothing sexual. But look what happens. I can't go and cuddle an adult.
Yeah.
So it
Like
makes,
from
I
some guy
can't.
from work. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't go and cuddle. I can't cuddle Gray. I can't cuddle you. I can't even cuddle the best man from my wedding. I'm not going to do that. Um, it's just no. Only the adult male that is my husband is the one that I will cuddle, because it's a sexual. Even though that it doesn't mean as soon as I cuddle my husband that now means we're gonna go. It
Yeah.
just means something very different for adults to hold each other in that way versus what it means for a child to be held in that way.
Right.
And I guess I would still, maybe, No, I couldn't cuddle an adult female either without it being perceived as weird. I can't.
Yeah.
I can't cuddle
Well,
an
okay.
adult
So
female.
here's the thing: is that
That's so strange.
yeah.
Humans are so cool.
Yeah. So it's like the reverse, though. Like how I was saying, where you could engage with that kind of stuff in other people, and it not necessarily be sexual, but but under no circumstance are you doing that with a kid.
Mm-mm.
It would be always inappropriate. So it's like the reverse, where it's like you could cuddle like a relative or whatever, or your child, and it'd be
I
fine.
could cuddle my mom.
Yeah, you could cuddle your mom, exactly. But
Oh, I
no,
miss
but
my
I meant
mom.
like you as an adult with like your niece or something, right?
Yeah.
And it'd be totally fine, but like but with like it's like I said, like the reverse. So but an adult, absolutely not. Like your brother-in-law.
And that's not inconsistency. That's just it's just social. What something means is different.
Right. Well, I mean, no, but like, I mean, part of that, and that's sort of also, I guess you could say that, and so that also is something that I was trying to break up later in this discussion, is that part of it is part of what makes the taboo of BDSM with certain individuals is because it's socially constructed. So, like in a different society, it would be there wouldn't be any sexuality to it. It's conceivable,
but it would be different then. It wouldn't be
yeah,
what
it
it
would
is.
be different. It would be different.
That's why normalizing it will take something from it.
Yeah.
Like, and when I say normalize, I mean making it the default.
Yeah.
What then I don't know, that takes away, because it's so very much based on there being a
taboo,
kink, a taboo, a thing that's not normal. So it's so based on that. So you as soon as you make everything okay, then it's then the whole basis for it is gone. So that's why it's like, while you shouldn't be shaming people and devaluing them for these things, that doesn't mean now that they are normal. And that's what she was saying about vanilla as a term. It's that vanilla is just saying, she literally said what vanilla people are the norm. It's normal, the bell curve.
Yeah.
She literally uses the bell curve. She's like, so that's it. That's fine. And I guess the norms do change, and I guess also tolerance is another thing that we don't talk about anymore, because it seems like, oh my god, the
a
fact
dirty
that you
word.
even need the fact that you even need to tolerate this means that there is something wrong. It's like, I don't have to embrace it and make it and profess it and continue to for me to be happy for you. Like, and you don't have to now go and preach vanilla lifestyle to everybody, to make me feel better about myself,
Right.
but at the same time, I don't think it's I think it's fine for just in our context, at least. That's what I'm about, is I want to hear, I want to learn some stuff. I want to do a learn and a think. So we did a think, but we did a lot of a talk. Yeah, and there was just, I think the circle repeats just for the next 3 hours, I suppose.
I would say that love, even romantic love, isn't inherent
in some
sexual,
ways, yeah.
even though there's a link between the two.
Like, what more do we get to? We've gotten through a lot of examples here. Like, what more do we get to?
Well, it's worth it. We can just go through it. Like I said, we'll be fast. So another reason why we're on one. We could even try. Do you want to try even moving up to 2x?
Yeah, we can.
You know.
What happens to my brain is everything seems very slow after I watch on two times.
Yes.
It's pretty funny. It's like everything is, I'm like, so my brain speeds up, and then I'm like, huh, why is everyone speaking so slowly? Anyway, but yeah, let's go.
Okay, I could follow you a little bit on
All
that.
my
Like,
gestures are going to be
we have
But I meant
irritating
you
to
only
me
not let
now.
children participate in love.
Like, but romantic love. If we're, I'm specifically
So
referencing
with romance
romantic love.
movies, I don't think everyone's like children can't see this. You know, like there are romance novels. There's
Sure.
every like children's story kind of has romance in it for the most part.
Okay,
I don't know, it's not something that we
nothing
protect
is.
children from.
What is romance?
think-
Yeah.
Okay, so romance with kids, though, you don't have stories about romance where you have kids and adults being in a relationship together. So, I mean, there is this like romance with kids is romance between kids,
Mm-hmm.
right? So it's kind of like that. Listening to this is part of what helped me form that that idea of like the adult child barrier, where you're not allowed to engage with things equally. And so I feel like, it's one, I think what is it? Even BDSM practitioners would and advocates would theoretically want kids to have a very normal lifestyle, because it instills within them the taboos that they will then, if once they become adults, and if they realize they're kinky, they have something to violate. So, anyways, yeah, go.
Kink is more equivalent to romance than sex, says Lord Cameron. Hmm.
Or like if
Yeah, so you can't separate them.
Yeah.
Like romance and sex, because it's like romance is not a. There's a reason that you say I like you as more than a friend, which means romance, and all of the things that are wrapped up in romance involve sex. But again, if you just said to me the only thing about that I have with my husband is a sexual relationship, I tell you to jump in the sea, because it's like, hold up, we got way more than that. So that's a very good parallel that's actually just happened, is the romance. So I suppose they are like gender and sex, in that they can't be taken apart, but there's so much to each part of these things that you can't. But then when it comes to
you can engage in the physical activity of, like I was saying before, you can engage in the physical activity of sex without it being a lustful lewd thing. It's a romantic expression of romance, of love.
Yeah. And I mean, look, the one of the key differences that a lot of women will come up against is that the sex part is just so very hard to remove from the romance part. So somebody having sex and it not meaning anything it's very hard for, in general, most, especially vanilla women, to understand sex as not a betrayal. Like that's
Sure.
It makes sense.
if you're saying that it's the same as, or similar in that way to, like, a nude art model, you wouldn't necessarily show that to a child. It's like, agreed. But I don't know. It feels like it has more of a, I don't know, sexual relation.
Children are still building their cultural norms. So as you've said there as well, you said like actual practitioners, it would be bad for business if they didn't build cultural norms, because then they would have to try and find some other kink that, like, it would become very extreme. That's quite scary.
Yeah.
To it, rather than just like, here's my lifestyle. Because you wouldn't, just because some dude dresses like a cowboy, you wouldn't exactly keep him away from children. But a dude that dresses like a dog, I might want to.
So yeah, here's the context of the we don't use it sexually in order to change a lot of minds. I don't think there's minds don't need to be changed. Maybe they would just need to be opened in, just shown a bit more definition of, look, just like you can be in a romantic relationship and it's not all about sex, you can be in a BDSM relationship and it's not all about sex.
Yeah.
So
that seems a little
but the context, okay, would you keep that person away from children if he was doing that only in a dungeon setting, or would you do it?
No.
Yeah.
But then it wouldn't be like a lifestyle where you're saying kind of
Well,
more
I suppose this is what is explained in the
that's
video.
that's the misnomer. People who live a pet play 24/7 life don't engage with or don't walk outside with their full gear on.
Well, I mean, isn't it becoming prevalent now that it's, or is it just those shows that showcase it? That's like, this is what
Yeah,
they
it's
do.
those shows. Yeah.
So those are
again,
the
it's
kind of people that are trying to make it normal, but it's not.
well, yeah. Yeah, like that pet play activity video I talked about. She goes on and on about like don't be wearing your gear outside, don't be scaring the vanilla people, don't
Mm.
and that another reason why you have day callers, and that kind of thing. So there are expressions of your
Yeah.
lifestyle that are more vanilla acceptable.
Mm.
So I think that
Yes.
I don't know. I think that and that's another thing is that Kicksters are highly encouraged to code switch.
Yeah. I think it's part of any sort of thing being functional, any sort of psychological thing being functional. If this was your entire focus in your life 24/7 and you're focused on getting that high all the time, and that sort of thing, it would become, that's what makes it makes certain behaviors considered a disorder. It's not that like a lot of the DSM sort of, or the things that differentiate just normal behaviors or quirks that people have from disorders is whether it disturbs their life and
Indeed.
the ability to perform their just
I didn't
anything.
get into psychology very far, but I took a few abnormal psychology classes, so I know exactly what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah, that very much that foundation of, look, whoa, okay, well, is it harming you? It's the care harm thing. It's like, okay, is it harming you? Is it harming others? Is this uh inhibiting your function as an adult functioning person in society? Of course, that doesn't mean that there's no such thing as like a functioning alcoholic. I've personally met one. Like they still have, just because you can cope, it doesn't mean it's the ideal, but
Yeah.
yeah, I guess it's you don't have to be you, and also because of the nature of that sort of thing, like the collars and things, you're kind of pushing that onto everybody else just from the
Yeah.
nature of it. So it's
Yeah.
like your kink is not somebody else's kink, and unfortunately, that is how it works. It is actually, like earlier, somebody said, quoted me as saying, vanilla people hold all the sexual power in the world. It's like, well, actually, in any situation, the one whose line is drawn, um you know is drawn closest is the one that's, do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
It's the
Well,
one,
I had a partner
because
who literally thought it was the opposite. The person who was drawn the farthest away is what is the goal, and there is actually something wrong with you.
yeah,
Like
for not for, yeah.
like they had a dog that would ride in the car, and
Hmm.
she got extremely upset, and it would end up being an argument that I didn't have the window down because I didn't feel comfortable. She's like, the dog will not jump out the window, right? Even if we're at a stop and something's
Mm-mm.
going on outside, I didn't feel comfortable having the window down, but like
Mm.
there was something wrong with me because of that. There was something wrong with me because I didn't run yellow lights. There was something wrong with me because of all these other things.
When actually,
So
your lines were drawn in kind of reasonable places, uh the necessary places even. When it comes to that, that's literally a safety thing. So it's not
yeah,
even about preference. That's about literally, can this go disastrously wrong? So,
yeah,
oh, wow. Yeah, but it's right. And I say unfortunately because when there are two sides of an interaction and one side has a certain limit and the other side has a different limit, someone has to compromise.
yeah.
And
And in
and
BDSM, it's
yeah,
encouraged to be the person who is more open, who has to compromise.
yeah,
Like, because if somebody has like, well, like they do like branding, right? You can't just spring that on someone and be like, "Oh, you have to deal with it."
Yeah,
If
and
you
also I
don't,
think
you
she
have to
even
neg-
said that this Evie, she was like, just because you have just started Kinksters that have just started or something,
Mhm.
I think she was talking about safe words and also about how negotiations
Yeah.
occur, and how if somebody is new, what they think they have to do is like they have to be accept everything, because that's what they're being part of
Mhm.
now. They have to let everything be okay, because now they're a submissive, right? Submissives are supposed to just submit, right? Like that's a misconception that she was talking about, is that no, it really that's why it's a negotiation, because it depends on you. There are still lines even within the BDSM. There's going to be those lines, and it seems like it's a, well, I should
Well,
hope that
and
it
so
stays that
like
way,
she didn't, yeah.
that it's
So
applied
right,
like properly.
and so she didn't really go into it, but like something that is really popular is the phrase "safe, sane, consensual." That
Yeah.
keeps it from being a pathology.
Exactly. What is Vincent saying here? No
I don't know.
area of gray here, or are you encouraging
Gray
that
is not
gray area?
invited here. No.
No, there's no gray. There's no gray area. It seems it in what I'm hearing and learning is that like it's actually very black and white, because you have to be that way for it to be as effective, even as it should be, for you to have the best experience. Even you just need to. It seems like these methods and principles are part of. It's been developed over time, and it's become a bit more. If you do it right, it's more respectful. Gray has been banned. Where is Gray? True or false is binary. Multi-choice isn't. This is why I'm neither pro-life nor pro-choice. Okay. The fact that you have to specify means it is a pathology.
It's
No,
okay. It's
yeah,
CPAP.
it means it's abnormal, which is not necessarily bad.
Okay.
Yeah, Jeff?
Well, I just want to say, I think kind of the problem around this really just kind of falls back on the fact that it's really hard to draw lines around like what is or isn't sexual. Like the definitions get very blurry very quickly, and I think that's due to the fact that a lot of kind of boundaries that we draw around what is or isn't like graphic or sexual in nature are like really culturally and socially built, and so like things that may not be sexual in one culture can be sexual in another or in a different type. So like a good example of this is, does everyone remember like what silly bands are?
No.
Well, maybe it's because I'm the only Zoomer here.
Oh, okay.
But like when I was in like
I did not understand. Okay, was
I
not.
don't know.
I
What
thought
that
I
is.
did. I heard you say slap bands. I thought he was talking about that.
Yeah, that's what I thought. He's like, I'm the only Zoomer here. So I'm like, what do Zoomers have?
Yeah, like 2 years ago. And a big trend around the time was women at I did not in my school during I was in middle school, but at the time there was this trend of like young, like 16, 17-year-old teenage girls.
Okay, like consent rules should be laid out in advance. Makes sense. Yeah, that also relates to why there is absolutely no way that this could be appropriate for children, because they cannot consent. Even if there is no sex going on or anything like that, you can't. They don't have the ability to comprehend that they're consenting.
Yeah, and so there's a taboo built around that, even within the community, right? So
better be.
That's why, yeah. And so that also comes up later, though, where you're like, I recognize that taboo, but then you exploit that to say that it's sexual.
Yeah, it's I'm
referencing a different reason why the taboo exists.
Yes. Yeah, for me, but for me that is the reason. Like, I think we gone back to again. It's like, it's so it's so strange.
Wearing like red bands for every like person that they had slept with, and it was like a big
trend.
Wow. Yeah,
yes,
so, like,
I do remember that.
Oh, okay, that's what it was. It's you wear a certain band for people that you've slept with.
Yeah, it was kind of like a mark of like bodies you've been stepped up. It's not.
It was kind of a sign of what you're like willing to do.
Yeah, it's just.
Oh, a sign of what you're willing to do.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, in the same way out there in the public. Yeah, in the same way that like sagging was before it was like really trendy. It was
There's
used to show that, like,
also related to that idea. There's bandanas. You'd wear them in your back pocket, and different colors mean different activities that you're open to.
Okay. Interesting.
you were available. You know,
Oh,
it's a
okay.
really gay thing. Look it up. That's
We
actually
can
the
get
history
to the video.
In prison, didn't you have to roll up your socks so that people don't think that you're like open or something, like you're an open invite?
Oh, come on.
The sock-
I
Yeah,
don't
so,
know.
like, there's-
Do they respect that sort of thing? That's interesting.
Yeah, and then my
so, sorry, you finish your discussion. I wanted to talk about the end of the video. Sorry.
oh, no, sorry, go ahead. I'll just
I
like
was
everyone.
just gonna- I was just going to say, in relation to the video, the first half of this is more like about the history of like pathologizing and the acceptability of kink.
Also, just looking at the name, the title of the video is always. It's not. She wasn't speaking about it being inherently. It's not. She's talking about whether it's always.
Yeah, always. Yeah.
Yeah. Inherently is a different thing.
Yeah.
And understanding what kink is. So we could go through that, or we could skip it if you wanted.
I always look at her lamp and I like her lamp. What's
It's a
her
nice
lamp?
lamp. It's a nice lamp.
I think there's all points that contextualizes everything. So, just, guys, the rules is just say pause, and then I will
Pause.
Okay, we gotta say it 3 times.
Yes.
It's like Beetlejuice.
Hello everyone, my name is Evie Lupine. Welcome back to my channel, and today I have another video for you all. So listen, y'all,
How's the volume, everybody?
if you have been on the internet in the last week, you have likely seen the discourse about kink at Pride.
This
And
was a
don't worry,
couple years-
I'm not here to talk about that subject. If you want to know about that, I will link in the description box below the live stream that I did on Wednesday last week, where
Has she changed anything about the way she's spoken about this? 'Cause,
I'm
I mean,
aware.
is a
This
couple
was 2 years ago, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't listened to the
I don't-
4-hour discussion.
I think it's such a fundamental view thing that I
might
don't
ma-
think she would have changed.
Yeah, considering this topic and considering like how exasperated she gets, my guess is that she's in favor of Kink at Pride, and because she probably sees it as like a community visibility, removing
Mhm.
stigma and taboo type, like the stigma, right? Of
Mm,
she
sticker,
sees
yeah.
it like as like a celebration of the community in general, kind of thing. But I see it as like a one that Pride was like for gay people, and like the same thing with like the Pride flag. It's including like every single like type of minority. It's like the intersectionality flag. It's no longer the Pride flag.
It is an interaction. Yeah, it is. It's about any minority. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I really feel like, you know, when you're what was it Syndrome from The Incredibles, you know, when everybody's special, nobody will be, kind of thing. And so like the Pride flag is about everybody. So in an essence, it's about everything. So it's in a way, it's about nothing.
Done nothing. Yeah. If you stand for everything,
So
yeah.
So I think that's kind of like my basic thing about why I'm not in favor. And there's so many reasons, but I mean that's some basics.
Yeah. And I mean, this is just inviting all kinds of like, why die on that hill of let's have the kink in front of the kids kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Let's take that away. But why die on that hill?
I talked about the whole thing in detail for like 4 hours. I will also link What's the Safe Word's latest video where they covered this subject in detail, but in like a more condensed form. So we're not going to cover that. What we are going to do is I want to really go into detail with something I saw
pause,
online.
Oh, is
That's
it his fault?
I know that too.
Like
I was thinking, yeah.
Stuff like that. There are places where they have that sort of thing that I don't think are appropriate for children, but like they do display them in public. So like in Portland, we have a annual naked bike ride where people are nude and riding through the city on bikes in a kind of parade route.
Yeah. The
So
nude parade.
yeah. So
Okay.
That's a thing.
76
for?
Chrome is like the big parade.
That's what this is.
well, I remember the first time I was like in traffic downtown. I was like, wait, why are we all stopped? And then all of a sudden, like zoom on either on the side of my car, all of these naked people riding their bike past me. I was like, what? Oh yeah, it's not here.
Cool.
That is uncomfortable to ride your bike naked.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy, surreal.
Bikes are not made for openings.
I don't know if you pick up the seat. Some people
And
enjoy it.
boobs. I mean, like that's gonna hurt. I don't know. I have a couple friends who have really big boobs, and I just know how painful it is for them to do anything without their bra. So I'm kind of going, that would not be
And then,
comfortable.
yeah, like, and you are hunched over as well. I don't have that problem, but like you would hunch like doing stuff naked is uncomfortable. Bike seats are pokey in a good way. Okay,
And people were talking about kink at Pride. And essentially what it was like 10,000 vanilla people all repeating
There's no getting around that. Kink is not inherently sexual, and water is not inherently wet, and language is just sounds and numbers or squiggle. Yeah, but that's in the context of that. This is the purity question, so it's
Yeah.
going to be like that.
That is a slur.
BDSM is inherently
Mhm.
sexual.
Go back.
And I-
Is
Let
that
the
you?
play out. It was funny. Yeah, no, that's me.
we have talked about
That's
this, but
me.
I guess a lot of people still have the understanding that BDSM is inherently sexual. Now,
Yeah, I think that the normies, the vanillas, that's what we
Oh,
have.
did you go
So
back?
I don't
My
think
thing
it's
No, I go,
extreme opinion.
I think it's unfair to call people vanilla just because, like, no, it's not like people.
Wait, because that was really funny. Go back.
but I
I
guess
really like that.
BDSM is inherently
Yeah, there you
sexual.
go.
And we have talked about this, but I guess a lot of people still have the understanding that BDSM is inherently sexual. Now,
Yeah, I think that the normies, the vanillas, that's what we have. So I
Well,
don't
my
think
thing
it's extreme opinion.
I think it's unfair to call people vanilla just because, like, no, it's not like people. Vanilla makes me think of someone in one position, and you have to lie back and think of England because you're not allowed to have any sexual pleasure of the sex that's going on there. Like that to me is vanilla. Saying like someone who's like, yeah, no, I don't want to be choked out. I don't think should fall under this definition of vanilla.
Good point.
I guess it's a way
I
of
hear what you're saying.
blaming it back. It's of saying we're cooler than you. It is.
No,
Vanilla
no,
comes
I
with good
think
flavor though.
I love vanilla.
nothing wrong with vanilla.
Is that what vanilla means?
Well,
Well, I mean,
I'm cooler than you because I like to hang from the ceiling by hooks or something. No.
I mean, people I mean, literally, when you play
Oh,
Skyrim and you don't
gosh,
put mods in,
yeah,
it's called vanilla
That's
Skyrim.
another thing
So
about her.
She
being
literally
hung up
did.
from the ceiling. Yeah. What?
She did. In the glossary, Evie herself spoke about vanilla games, vanilla software. So that I understand, but I can understand how it like that's why my joke was it's a slur.
Yeah. No, that's actually where I wanted to hear again, but it's all good.
Oh.
Yeah, it was funny.
yeah,
I think okay, we can go to it again.
a lot
No,
of
it's
people
fine.
still have
Oh,
this.
well.
seats are pokey in a good way.
Oh yeah, right here.
And people were talking about Kink at Pride, and essentially what it was like 10,000 vanilla people all repeating the same line.
That is a slur.
BDSM is inherently sexual. And
It always makes me laugh.
we had talked about this, but I guess a lot of people.
My thing is to lie back and think of England because you're not allowed to fall under this definition of vanilla.
Mhm.
No,
Vanilla comes with good flavor though.
Vanilla, nothing wrong with vanilla.
Is that what vanilla means?
Well,
Well, I mean,
I'm cooler than
Yeah, so I think Miss 1776 got like got a bit
Well,
defensive here because it's
yeah.
like you're telling me that my sex life is not it is something that you feel you're like, whoa, what is my sex life not good enough now? I'm not cool enough, which you are not doing, but people in the community definitely do. And she herself
can
was
happen.
against that. Yeah.
you because I like to hang from the ceiling by hooks or something. No.
I mean, I mean, literally, when you play Skyrim and you don't put mods in, it's called vanilla Skyrim. So,
someone
so it's sex without mod, I suppose, is vanilla. And I guess I think any group is going to have an in-group and an out-group term, and the out-group is vanilla. Am I correct, Patrick?
Yes.
And I guess that's why I said that's a slur.
Vanilla people.
Yeah. Okay. Vanilla chocolate swirl. Then I guess you just gotta make sure that's I guess it is. It's sex without mods. Okay. Without
Gonna have sex without mods. Gordon, can we please just have some sex without mods?
mods. You got to do vanilla Skyrim, vanilla sex, vanilla marriage, and it's up to us vanilla people with 1776 to accept that that's what we're called.
Oh, I love her laugh. My
Yeah.
favorite.
Oh yes, we got a snort. That's what I wanted. I wanted so
You need
bad.
to add.
Okay, I just want
That's
to
what I was saying. You need to add pet play
Success. We can
tag.
wrap it up now.
When she
What?
does that.
What?
You need to add a pet play
Wait.
tag.
Okay,
Now,
understand.
I
Right.
did actually answer this question
Pig.
years and years ago on my channel. I have a very
No
old
piggy.
video where I talk about this, and I don't have a problem with that video. I don't think it's wrong, but I do want to give an updated version that kind of contextualizes some things and also goes into a fair bit of actual
Can't believe how pale she is.
science, because
She's paler than me. That's a thing.
what a lot of people would say is essentially, all these reputable
No, I
sources,
think she.
aka Urban
This is
Dictionary.
makeup.
She
Like
must do
look at her
makeup,
hands.
yes, but you
Yeah, look
need
at her
to have
hands.
a base. Yeah, but you still
True.
need to have like an undertone that like.
Well,
so
she
it
doesn't wear
look like
she doesn't wear this
fancy.
maketop on her live stream, so you could look at that. She does a live stream
Say
every
that-
Friday.
BDSM is inherently sexual, and if we are going to say that it's not, then we need academic resources that prove otherwise. And before we get into the actual answer to this question, is BDSM inherently sexual or not, I first need to go on a little bit of a rant on why we don't rely on academia for explaining BDSM concepts or giving the community particular definitions. So I have actually talked about this with several academics at this point. I actually have an interview with one known as Dr. Julie Fennell, where we went over this in detail. And essentially what happens is, even in fields like sociology or anthropology, where you would expect people to be more comfortable going into areas like BDSM, there is still a lot of stigma around it, actually. And so what ends up happening is it's very hard to get research concepts even approved. It's hard to get funding, and then it's hard to find places that will actually publish that research. And
I think also the with that I think we I was in between. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, it makes sense that actually like real Kinksters should be doing coming up with
Mhm.
the research and stuff. But well, I guess it either way it should be in both sides should be involved.
Yeah, it should be
But
informed.
also, yeah, and
it's like what is it like? Something that made me think of it as like the old anthropology type stuff, where they would go in with all these assumptions, and they would view the tribes or whatever through that lens, and then they would walk away with the wrong understanding of what's going on.
yeah, you could
So
still do that. Yeah. So and also she does talk about research concepts not being approved. That is a thing. Like you really in varsity, just when you're picking your research topic, already it was like you have to try and find a supervisor who is interested in the same sort of things. But I mean, if I wanted to do anything in gender studies, I would have to be walking the woke line. It would
Yeah.
not be if I came into if I chose a supervisor
Yeah.
from gender studies and asked her to guide me in research about the origins of
yeah,
you
and
know
that's another thing is that
gender
the
roles. It wouldn't, yeah.
yeah, wokeness is kind of infecting the community as well. You see it with the self
So
ID
like
stuff, and
everything.
yeah,
Mhm.
right.
And now wanting to even study that would be difficult because you would want to like if you were researching, I'm sure you would be interested in like how this normalization narrative actually could affect the community. Like how would it erode those principles, or would they maintain? How do we maintain them? What happened? Like that would be something that you'd be interested in, but then they would be like, no, that's the wrong narrative, so you can't do it.
Yeah.
So I understand what she means. Yeah.
Moreover, that is not saying anything about the fact that when research is done on the BDSM community, it's not typically done by people that are also kinksters, which means that people are typically using outdated terminology.
That's
My favorite example of this is
What's this?
Kinkster.
Kinkster and vanilla. Okay. Whose cat is sneezing? Come on. Well, just a thing on the academics thing. So that was my first instinct as well. Is is there what research is there to show that there is no sexual part that literally is being simulated in this sort of situation? And I guess what she's saying here is that academia is biased in any case. So, somebody, I would like to know.
Outdated information. It's outdated information that's kind of perpetuated based off of.
I don't even know.
I
kind of know where I was going with this, but like it was not well articulated.
Assumptions based off of
because
tradition
I was
and
basically just trying to say what she says later, which is way better said than I did.
Definition.
If we're not investigating, if we're not interrogating these kinds of concepts, we can perpetuate false information, or at least less nuanced, even if it's not necessarily false per se, but it's like less nuanced.
Interrogate Kink.
Yeah, Kink took under control.
Yeah,
he's it is very interesting because I guess the terminology I would like to, because then that would still mean that research. So Kinksters should be doing research. I agree.
They still use SM or like S&M to refer to the BDSM community as a whole. That comes out of Kinsey's use of the term.
Yeah, so I would say could we have a different term then for this BDSM thing, because BDSM honestly is we're gonna make Hydra sick. But yeah, BDSM in the mainstream is a certain thing.
She's upset. Hydra's upset because of the chair.
It's inherently sexual, so why do we stay with BDSM? Why can't we call it something else? Well, I suppose that's what's happening with Kink, I suppose. But yeah, it's you leave the BDSM part then. Why don't you come up with some other?
Yeah, no,
well, I mean,
it's important. It describes so much. It's so useful. Part of our history, part of like our, and so it's like, and then you're just like, oh, just did it, and I'm like, no.
Okay, well, yeah, but then at the same time, can't be upset
well,
about.
Yeah.
But then also still need to.
Well, we're not trying to remove. We're not trying to say never. That's also the thing. We're just saying not always.
What?
You know what I
mean? We're not trying. We're just trying to have more of a nuanced conversation.
Yeah. If we were trying to say, if people were trying to say never, then yeah, you would want a new term, because you trying to shift that term into a never would be a thing. But since it's just all you're arguing is not always, then keeping the term is
then it doesn't make sense. So yeah, so you wouldn't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Okay, bad term, but like, you know what I'm saying. Look, we do have like it's going to be 20 minutes, and then there is the
Sure.
Stitch and Adam coming up. Is there any? Because I do also want to go in. I want to see CPAFI's dream preview, but
Okay.
but is there anything else that while we have some time, is there anything you want to get to quick? Because yeah, there's a lot that's going. Do you just want to continue? Or is there a certain do you have timestamps or anything
No,
that you want to get
I
to?
think that
Or have you also gotten what you wanted out of this?
yeah, I was going to say that especially since we kept jumping ahead, like talking about things that were going to happen. I think that we talked that this works now. I think that a lot of what we would be going over, and you kind of mentioned this before, but we would just be doing more of just the sitting and listening and kind of commenting every once in a while, which would be not useless, but I don't know how, time efficient it would be.
It'd be another season.
Yeah. It would be, yeah. If we did a 2x speed, then it would from the beginning it would be like about an hour and a half or maybe 2 hours or hour, yeah, something like that. And so
but we would have to like not stop much.
yeah, exactly.
We just have to literally just react to it and not map it either.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you?
And
Yeah.
so yeah. So I mean, it'd be interesting, but again, I don't know if it's time efficient.
But also just the things that you also wanted to mention, like things that you would like to learn me on.
Yeah.
Maybe if there's stuff that you would rather spend time mentioning then.
Oh, hey,
just
actually, you know what? Here. Actually, if we could just spend the rest of the time going over a different video of hers, that would be, we'd get way more out of it. Actually wish we had stopped this a while ago based off of that idea. Here.
Can you put it in the StreamYard private chat so I can get the link? Because I don't know if I'll robot out because of Discord.
Yeah. Copy.
So are they dual streaming? Hold on.
Oh, probably.
Because
I don't know. I'll watch
yeah,
it
they do
after
have
it's
their own
done.
link. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Oopsie. I'm supposed to say share this instead.
Did you notice that Cameron worked on your image?
No.
Go to the AI channel.
Okay.
I don't know what he changed, but he changed something.
Oh, the revisiting one.
Yeah.
Yes, but what? Huh?
Oh, you can see it. Like you can see the head and you can see the butt, but the edges, there's more margin.
Oh yes, because yeah, because it cuts it off. That's what I said in the beginning. Yeah, that's right. Did you draw this? No, it was an art AI. I admit, Journey, I can't draw this well, but I use AI to make it. Yeah. I think it's cool. If you want something similar to this in style, let me know. I can make something like it. Yeah, Atom is.
That was
doing
they
all
were
of the
talking about
things.
items work above even that. But yeah, let's watch the video.
It's smug aura mocks me. I love how you guys I miss so much on my Discord, which makes me happy because it means that you guys are doing stuff.
Using it, yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, welcome back to my channel, and today I have
No
another video for you all. Today we're going to be talking about masochism in particular.
Okay, let me just put this faster.
Yeah.
different types of masochists as well as different motivations for them. And the reason why I wanted to discuss this is because a while ago I did a similar video talking about sadism, and a lot of you all found it very helpful. And I feel like masochists and sadists go through very similar things
I like her hair
the
wavy.
BDSM scene. And they are similar in that they are opposite sides of the same coin, but they are also similar in that when you talk to somebody about what is a masochist, what is a sadist, they have a very clear-cut, monolithic idea of what that is, and they think about it like, okay, a masochist is somebody who likes this thing for this reason, this way, and they think they know everything about masochism just from one very simplistic understanding or approach. And I want to talk about this more because sadism and masochism both have very diverse experiences and can come from so many different places, and I want to explore what that looks like. And so hopefully if you are a masochist and you're listening to this, you will get some more ideas about why you enjoy what you enjoy, give you some new language, maybe new scene ideas as well. And if you're not a masochist or you think you are not, you will listen to this and maybe get some more ideas about why your partners are this way, or just know more about other people in your local community or that you know personally. And yeah, maybe you might think you're not a masochist right now, but by the end of this video, I imagine a couple of people will go, okay, wait, I didn't think I was a masochist, but maybe I really am. And so let's talk about different types of masochists and the different focuses they might have. So the first focus for a masochist I want to talk about is one that is thrill focused. So a thrill focused masochist is one that is basically an adrenaline junkie. They love the endorphins, they love the rush of getting to do a scene, and for them, it is very similar to going on a roller coaster or skydiving or bungee jumping or what have you. And it's all about that intense experience. And though this can largely be about the physical part of BDSM, it can also be emotional as well. And it can be about fear and surprise and playing with those very intense, very like shocking emotions. And for people that are into this kind of focus with their masochism, they will usually say things like, I love the physical rush that I get from playing, or I enjoy when I don't know exactly what's going to happen during a scene, or feeling anticipation or suspense or surprise is very important to me to be able to enjoy a scene. And because especially that last one, a lot of people that are thrill focused, they will maybe not like super detailed negotiations. I think it can be a balancing act between getting that consent and safety and negotiation, and then also getting to have that surprise that facilitates the emotional experience that you want to have as a masochist. So it is a balancing act, and I do think it is possible.
And so the surprise is not actual pain, but it's the, well, not necessarily pain, but the masochism, that the part of it is not knowing, the thrill, the surprise. That's what she's talking about. That's the part that's because that is unpleasant for a lot of people.
And like you go,
is
in
scary.
this case, you would be going over like the nose. What's
Yeah.
you would say going over
That's
what's
the
off
only
the
thing
table.
that you could do.
Yeah, and so then everything else is on the table, so therefore it's a surprise.
So yeah, I guess that's the utility of that. Because when she did speak about that kind of negotiation, I'm like, oh, it's kind of pretty shitty that the only thing that you can do, you can say because you could, the person could weasel around your requirements if you don't but that
Word them.
actually but that person needs to, because of the way that person's brain works, they have to set it up this way. So that makes sense.
Well, it does take some skill. Now, the second motivation for masochists that I see, or the second type of masochist, is a service-focused or a devotion-focused masochist. And in the video that I did on sadism, I did have a service-focused sadist, and this is not a one-to-one correlation with that. With that video, I was talking more about service topping, and this is not that at all. This is when you have a masochist where their focus in play is about getting to use pain as a way of facilitating power exchange, of showing devotion to a partner, which is why I like saying devotion-focused rather than service-focused. But it's something where the enjoyment of the pain is not really for the pain itself. It's about what the pain allows you to give in a relationship. So for somebody who's more like this, they might say, I take the pain because I enjoy suffering for my partner, or
You were
suffering is a
talking
way
about
for
that
me to show
earlier.
my commitment to a relationship, or even I'm happy to give up anything to my partner, including my body, because of how much I trust them. And then next after this, we have a challenge focused masochist. And this one is basically, if you've ever gone to a dungeon and you have seen someone who has just decided they are going to play until the toy breaks, you have seen somebody that has a challenge focus, where they are all about getting to play hard, long scenes. They really enjoy getting to go through something. For them, the pain may or may not be something they implicitly enjoy on its own, but it's really about getting to have that ordeal experience where it's something they get to
It has
through
to
and
be
go
an
farther through. It's
ordeal.
about either the challenge they have
quite
with their partner and they rise
scary.
to that challenge, or it's about proving to themselves, I can do this, I can go farther. And so in that vein, they might say something like, I enjoy getting to play with pain because it allows me to prove something to myself, or I enjoy it when I can play for harder.
How does that not get out of control? That's
It
quite
can.
insane.
It can.
Yeah, because it kind of, that just makes me think of the people that watch extreme porn. Like they stop getting the gratification from certain kinds of porn, and then they have to get something more extreme and more extreme. So somebody who's a challenge-based masochist sounds like that they are looking for it's, I'm not saying inherently, I'm not saying always, but it sounds like something that's very, you could mess yourself up.
You're trying to push those limits, you could end up breaking something.
Yeah. So you would have to be very smart about it to keep things varied enough to keep things safe.
Yeah.
Because yeah.
Longer than my top can, or than I thought I would be able to. Or even I treat BDSM as an endurance sport, or I like the marks I get after a scene because looking at them reminds me what I was able to get through or overcome. And I want to be clear here, challenge focused does not mean bratty. You can be bratty and also be into this, but not everyone who likes a challenge is bratty. Like, I consider myself to be somebody that is more.
What is this bratty term? Because you
Oh,
you said it earlier.
Yeah. So like a brat would be okay. So they are okay. It's a child, but like it also is sort of related to that. But imagine sort of like Angelica from the Rugrats, if you remember
Mhm.
that.
Mhm.
So she's like they're like demanding, defiant, irreverent, rather than like, but it's like a subtype where um they enjoy pushing the boundaries, but they enjoy like having the structure enforced on them.
Okay. They are not. They go against the boundary, but yeah. So they're a brat. They. Okay, they're not submissive to it. No, I know what you mean. They're just a brat. That's it.
Yeah.
In this challenge realm where I like to go through a very deep experience and get through it, but it's more about proving something to myself, not like back talking, egging anyone on. That's a whole separate thing. It's a whole separate style on top of this that can go with many other different motivations and focuses. But the next one I want to talk about is atonement focused. And this one is more the foil to another video about sadism, the discipline focused sadist. And the motivation for somebody who is more into atonement is they think about being made to suffer as a way to become purified or forgiven. And they really enjoy it because it's a way for them to get to a place where they feel like everything is wiped clean, everything is okay, and suffering is something that helps me like feel better about myself and feel better about my behavior and actions. Sort of like a kinky confessional, maybe if you want to think about it that way. Very popular people that are
Oh,
into
if
more,
only things worked that way. We're like, oh, I messed up. Just hit me as hard as you can, Mr. Client, and then we'll all be okay. No,
Yeah.
no, it won't be
No, but
okay.
like,
that's when you play.
it can be. This is leans very heavily into the catharsis kind of mode, where you're trying to you've got emotions locked up, right? So you use a different method of release than simply like talk. Like people who are like all super stressed out, right? So they watch a sad movie and it lets them cry, and so they get the emotions of their actual life get out through watching the sad movie. So
Yeah.
it's something similar.
Yeah, they get to. I mean, in therapy, even in therapy role play things like that sort of thing, you have to. It takes you through. It's giving you a safe place to go through those emotions and everything. That's the catharsis you were talking about in the previous stream.
Or in religious focused or spiritual focused kink, especially, so there's like overlap with that. And they might say something like, pain is a way for me to be corrected, or I deserve to suffer for my mistakes, or physical punishment helps me feel better once the scene is over. Now, with this, I feel like there does need to be a little bit of a careful approach here, because I find a lot of people that are drawn towards this kind of atonement, there can be some issues with self-esteem and self-image, and I feel like you have to really.
Yeah, that is. I was just going there. I was like, that. Look, it can go to self-harm.
It can go back. Yeah, it can go to bad places.
Like, because I am not inflicting the pain upon myself, me going and seeking out to be a submissive or whatever, that will be flogged or whatever, that can, if it's the same as me hurting myself, if it's serving the same mechanism, I'm now seeking out this pain. What is the difference there? Because me cutting myself, everybody would probably be like, yeah, that's not a good thing.
Yeah.
But then, okay, going, and also now, geez, what happens in these sort of things? Being physically, you have to also walk around like. I'm just thinking. Sorry, I just thought of the practicalities of this. So say you've been flogged and stuff. You people have to hide their bruises and things, don't they?
Yeah. Well, it depends on your aftercare regimen, because that is another part of aftercare, is taking care of your body so that
you can function.
Those things. Yeah. So
That's
like
interesting.
oils, lotions, hot baths. Hot baths help with
bruising,
mitigating and reducing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. The way I was abused by a horse. That sounds hilarious. Oh my god. Shut up, Chintzia.
Really address in yourself if approaching masochism this way is going to be healthy for you long term if you do it, or if it can be something that maybe goes farther than you really want it to. Like at the end of it, this is how I think about it, is when you do the scene, regardless of your focus or motivation, when you do it afterwards, after the aftercare and the calm down and everything else, do you feel better or the same about yourself as you did before, or worse? If you feel worse, that's not a good sign. You probably need to be reevaluating your approach to BDSM and your underlying reasons for doing it. But moving on, completely different direction here. The next type is the roleplay focused masochist. And this one is, it's very similar to with sadism. Like, you can enjoy masochism and also really, really enjoy the roleplay aspect of it. And the reason behind this is a lot of people enjoy like very complicated roleplay, very particular roles as well. And pain is a tool that can be used to make your role feel more real and proper. And this goes for things you might expect, like with like pony play, or with damsel in distress, or being a naughty
pony play.
And I also think if
do you need to get whipped if you're pony play? Is that what she's talking about?
Yeah. There's like training, right? So you you have to get into the right pose. You have to do all the like you're a show pony, right? And so they'll like
Okay.
So it can be about like training for a show, right? And you're like you're not doing things right, so you get whipped until you learn how to do it correct. Yeah.
Or having an overly active guilt anxiety response and trying to find ways to deal with it that probably aren't the main way you should try to deal with them. Yeah. Playing devil's advocate seems you are only looking at the vertical scaling of such a kink and not the horizontal scaling. What does that mean?
I can imagine, but I would like more clarification.
I hate that I know more about that than you do, Kitty. What, pony play? Yeah, and I just made a joke about me playing about being abused because I went horse riding and got all bruised as fuck. And had to have all kinds of baths and have all kinds of oils and things. But I healed quite quickly. Anyway.
If you think about your submission or being a slave as like being a roleplay act as opposed to a core part of your personality, you might also see your submission as being tied to masochism in this way, where you're doing it because it allows you to play that role of being the servant, of being the slave, of being the one who is like lesser or controlled in the relationship. And so they might say something like, pain is something that makes sense for the role that I'm playing, or I enjoy it.
What she says she says to us.
When I have a backstory during scenes for why this is happening to me, or I like playing again that like helpless princess or a schoolgirl or a captured slave, and my partner enjoys treating me in that role, and pain is a way we express those roles and act them out in a scene. Now, the next one I want to talk about is the pleasure-focused masochist. And this one is really interesting because it's the complete stereotype of what people think of when they think of masochism, right? This person who can directly transmute pain into a pleasurable thing, even when none of the naughty bits are being touched. They're just like super into it, like, yes, oh my gosh, I love it, please do it more. And a lot of people assume that either all masochists are this way or they have to be this way to be a true masochist. And I would say amongst people that are actually practicing BDSM,
so I'm sure that within the group there is, oh, you're not a real masochist. You're within the in group. There's an in group, and
yeah.
It's interesting.
Few
and a
people
purity
are
thing,
this
yeah.
type of masochist. I think it's much more common in like online stuff or roleplay or dirty talk, but in real life, to directly be able to turn something like a whip into a pleasurable feeling all on its own, that's pretty complicated. Now, I think people will develop a degree of this oftentimes in a DS relationship or in a longer term play partnership because you start to associate the pain with pleasurable things, but you didn't start out being in that place either. So it can be something you are trained to experience, but it is definitely the exception and not the rule. And so for people like this, they might say something like,
your chemistry alters, man.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I don't know, pain just feels good to me, or I enjoy this because I get a thrill from somebody hurting me and it makes my naughty bits feel good, or just pain all by itself is good enough for me all on its own. And now finally, the last type is the release-focused masochist. And this one it's very similar to the atonement focus, but they're slightly different in a very important way. So somebody that has an atonement focus, it's about I've transgressed, I've done something wrong, and I need to be forgiven in the eyes of someone else. I need absolution. I need to be like almost pure in a way after doing a scene. Whereas release is much more general. It's not necessarily that you did X thing, so Y consequence happens, and that's what you need in order to like make up for it. It's about like I've had a crappy week at work, and I need to just like completely zone out, have that release, and afterwards I feel like completely like I just went to a spa or something. Like I feel just completely better. It's completely gone out of my mind, that stress I was carrying. It's about having that physical release, not necessarily in a thrilling way like with the first type, and it's about getting to go through something and have that catharsis from a scene. They might say something like, I consider BDSM to be a tool I use for emotional release or catharsis, or I love it when I can cry and cry and cry and let all of my feelings out, or after a scene I feel lighter and less mentally burdened. So hopefully that kind of outlines the difference between atonement and release, and like basically all of these can overlap and be part of your larger picture of your masochism. I think I'll end on that note, which is masochism is not a universal thing. And by making a list like this, I am not trying to say you gotta like pick your type, like you're picking a starter Pokemon, you gotta stick with it. And that's just like how you are.
She's got to go and make a quiz, like the Facebook quizzes. Which kind of masochist are you?
How you evolve.
She did say types of masochists in BDSM. What are you? But that, of course, is like it's
Yeah,
what's
it's
the name? It's
clickbait.
just a YouTube thing,
journey
yeah.
and how
Yeah.
you change over time as a person, your experiences, all of that will influence who you are as a masochist potentially. And it's okay to be 2, 3, 5 things on this list. If you just are a masochist, you might be all 7 or however many there were. I think it was 7, I remember. Maybe I added an extra one in there somewhere. But however many there are, you could be all of these at once potentially, or with different scenes or different people. It's okay to be more than one thing. You don't have to just pick one and then stick with it forever. I promise it is okay to change. And if you feel like you have to pick one thing or be one thing to please a partner or to be a better masochist, please don't do that. Be yourself, be honest. You will have better scenes. If you can be honest about who you are, what you like, and what you don't like, don't pretend to be something you're not to impress other people or impress yourself or be who you think you should be according to other people. All I want to do is encourage people to not miss out on potentially positive experiences because they think, well, I thought I was this kind of masochist and so I can't like this other thing. Be open to the possibilities. Be open to change or one-off experiences. If it's just that, it's okay to evolve. The purpose behind this and understanding this is not to give you a new niche or label, but to give you tools to understand how you might work with other people, what you might enjoy from a scene. So you
I think that's what her channel is about as well, is just helping people understand themselves. And like, so from people who know nothing about it to people who do, very much just all about, hey, don't miss out on this. This is what this is. Well, the videos that I've seen of her.
people that you potentially want to play with. Like if you are somebody that is a pleasure focused masochist.
Miskien kan ons hierdie taal praat sodat sy ons nie sal verstaan nie. Ek kan verstaan. Okay, you can't speak daardie taal. Ek praat daardie taal.
So
My man praat daardie taal.
You're not necessarily going to have a lot of
Ja, maar ek verstaan ons nie. jy verstaan jouself nie.
Be able to make a scene work, but it might not be as fulfilling for both of you as it possibly could be. So it's about understanding compatibility, motivations, what you like about this, not giving you more things to like shove yourself in a box about. And even with that, it's not impossible for somebody who's one type of masochist to enjoy a scene with a different type of sadist. Like you might both like whips and canes on paper, and then you can both go, okay, hey, I want to practice doing this. I want to do a trial where there's like no role play, just as friends, very plain Jane, and that might work out great. You might get into a different form of doing a scene you haven't really done before, and then you try it and go, oh my gosh, wow, I didn't realize.
Are you saying dude or do it? Zero fucks. Are you saying dude or dead?
I could enjoy pain this way. So again, the point is just to be open, try new things, don't box yourself in, and just give yourself more tools for communication and treat them that way. I would love to know all of your thoughts about this one in a comment down below, especially if you are a masochist yourself. Did I miss anything on this list? Do you agree with this? Do you have anything else you want to add? Or maybe you have a different way of conceptualizing different types of masochism? I would love to know all your thoughts again in a comment down below. If you enjoyed this,
right,
not already, please do subscribe because I'm
awesome.
So yeah, so hopefully that just illustrates like the depth and breadth of kind of what I'm talking about. Yeah, so I didn't want, I mean, she did say a couple times, but that was more or less in relation to the pleasure focused ones. But generally speaking, like 99.9% of that had nothing to do with sexuality. And that's just kind of what I wanted to point out.
Yeah, it's talking about what people get out of it. It's
yeah, exactly.
That's the point. That's the basis. That's the core of it. So however you you go and play that out, that's not the point. The point is because these are the moving parts that are actually what is underneath all of these activities. That makes sense. Yeah, it does. It definitely, that's a great example of how this is not it's not everything. I love the idea of the romance versus sex thing. It's the same thing. It's like you can't just equate. I would not equate my relationship with my husband to just sex, and that would mean like I would be upset if somebody did that. And that's basically what we did by saying, you know, oh well, it's just sexual. It's just sexual. It's like it just because it has that basis there, that doesn't mean that you were not trying to say that means it's okay to go and put it in front of children. So there's no reason for us to have come at you for that. So the pure look they're now carrying on in, I don't know what language that is.
Korean.
Oh well, that's great. But yeah, well done, you guys. You've gone around. But yeah, this has been good. I've enjoyed it. Thank you very much, Katru. Who was not Katru.
Which is not Katru, Fox Drew.
Fox Drew the whole time. Kink Drew. Yeah. Thanks, Kink Drew. and be happy about that name. Don't be to be a math nerd for a second. Romance has a 6 as a subset, but it's larger. But it's the larger set. Well, that's basically what Andrew was saying as well. He said it's larger. BDSM is larger. So yeah. Okay, well let's go to
Such
the
an Adam, I
Sam
guess.
Cedar
Yeah.
show. Yeah. Thanks everybody for coming and rethinking and learning with me. Thank you, Andrew, for doing a teach so I can do a learn.
There we go.
Yeah. It's a fun language. Oh yeah, enjoy all of you guys. I'm glad you. Thanks
Oh
for
my
trying to
gosh.
speak my language. What?
This is hilarious. Oh,
What did you
Doomer.
translate
Doomer.
it?
No,
Oh,
no, no,
what's
no,
Doomer doing?
no.
Okay, well let's
No.
get
You talked
in
about
there.
50 Shades of Grey.
Oh. Okay, well let's get in there.
Oh no,
Anyway,
no.
yeah.
On hit privately, not in relation to such an Adam.
Oh, what is he? Was he?
He has his own Discord.
Okay. What's he saying about 50 Shades of Grey?
He was
Oh,
talking
God.
about it for
I'm on his Discord. I should go
like
check.
for like a full hour.
Oh, okay. Anyway, the Andrew and I say thank you and good night. We'll see you in Such an Adam's chat. And yeah, just remember to subscribe, you shits. If I can find a clip for you. Go and subscribe, you shit.